Hi chat, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you guys here. Today we are playing more Honkai Back Third. Okay, hello. That was loud, I accidentally turned up my volume. Yes, hello guys. We are continuing the main story today. And hopefully making a lot of progress. Hopefully the game's not going to bug out again, because that was an issue that we had last time. With, you know, an enemy in this level being out of bounds. But let's see if everything is going to be fine this time. And hopefully we can make a lot of progress. And if not, tragic. It was a dreamy ball. When the curtains fell, the stars were still sparkling. When the echo died down, the fragrance of the intertwined petals remained. Here the origin of the new life resided. Everything was an end, but nothing was truly over.
進みなさいってば。そうよね。じゃあ、行ってくるわ。
Yeah, bye Elysia. Time to just keep running, guys.
鳥のように軽やかで。その思考は、澄んだ波のように清らかで。その意志は盤石のように固く。
Hello, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here.
そして彼女の未来は
I really hope that nothing breaks this time.
彼女の愛する者と共に紡ぐ。
Oh god, that's bright. As expected, upon entering the chaotic planet directory again, she failed to locate her companions who could unlock the only path for her. Only she remained in the boundless chaos, and the dense threads lurking around her.
ブローニャちゃんの判断は間違ってなかったよね。私はずっと一方通行の道を歩いてた。だから引き返そうとした時、私は全く違う道に入ってしまった。
As per exact location of the planet directory and how far away her companions are, all of these were unknown to her. But besides the abnormally rapid increase in enemies and increasingly warped space, there was one more thing that truly bothered her. What resided far away at the limits of her senses. It went in and out of hiding as if it was hidden in the shadows of the forest or the undercurrents of a deep lake.
Kevin? いや、違う。
Nope, not Kevin.
似てるけど、彼じゃないわ。
Honestly, it'd be better if it was Kevin. She recalled what she experienced in the final crater. Compared to then, the unknown force did not feel like it was awaiting a challenge. But a different thought gradually took form in her mind.
あんな存在に気づいたら、二人もきっと同じように考える。だったら、たとえ私が起点に戻れなくても、同じ目標に向かっていけば、私たちの道はいずれ交わるはず。私を止めるつもり。
Right, it's combat time.
あそこに
Honestly, I like fighting
あ
as
なた
her,
たちにとって
even if
大
I
事
do
な
still
お
have a
宝
lot
が
to
隠れ
learn.
てるってことかしら。
And hopefully the game sound isn't too loud. I pressed it. What? Okay, whatever. There we go. Wouldn't it be crazy if it got enemies out of bounds again? Although that would actually be kind of funny. Maybe fighting them at the edge isn't a good idea, but you know what? As long as they don't fall off, it's okay. Although the fact that they're not moving away from it is kind of concerning. Especially considering how last time went. I just want to get through all waves of enemies this time.
好きだらけね。あのエネルギー、どんどんクリアになってる。
That fighting this turn is actually so fun. I don't know what about it is so fun, it just is.
でも他の波動もあるみたいね。はっふっやっリジンダッせっやっせっ失礼はっはっふっやっふっ
He's the only one left.
好きだらけね。リジンダッ先陣一新。キリがないわね。
Never mind,
いい
we
加
still
減
have
うんざり
more.
してきたわ。
Oh my god.
少し乱暴な手を使いましょう。
Yes, get a little bit violent.
東映
That
心
is
のまま
Acorn's
に
idea.
消えなさい。
We got a violence and there's still more.
好きだらけね。せっはっリジン
It's okay, I can just keep causing chaos.
兵は機動
That'll
な
be
り
fine.
失礼醜悪を断ち切る。ふっせっやっ
Wow, there's so
Gigi.
many of you guys.
はっせっやっせっ失礼ふっ好きだらけね。ふっふっやっはっふっはっリジンダッ
Oh my god, and there's even
Senji,
more. What the
Ishi.
heck? How many waves are there?
せっ失礼
It's fine. At least I'm not having a huge skill issue today.
はっ兵は機動なりせっはっ来光ここに現れなさい。消えなさい。
Yippee! Oh. Okay. Never mind, I think it is over. Nice.
やっぱり動いてる針と糸が一定の数になると網も揺れ始めて弱点をさらす。このひびの奥に何が隠されてるか見せてもらいましょう。
That's so bright. Oh, hi Kiana. Hi Branya. Surely they're gonna see May in a little bit. Yep, there we go. Although it would have been kind of funny if instead of May, it was Gray Serpent that appeared.
どうやら私の判断は正しかったみたい。キアナちゃん、ブローニャちゃん、二人もあの力を感じたのね。
あの力ってメイ先輩じゃなかったの？あれが起源の権能だって私もブローニャもそう思ってた。
とにかく合流できましたし、ひとまず状況を整理しましょう。
じゃあ今のメイ先輩は
Yep, May is the new
雷
HERRSCHER
の
origin.
律者であり、起源の律者でもある。とはいえ、違うのは名前くらいかしら。起源の権能の理解に関しては、まだ時
Well,
間
I
が
mean,
必要
yeah,
な
you've
の。
only been HERRSCHER of Origin
何でも
for
断ち切れるこの感覚
a
も、
little bit.
起源
I
の
would say
権
for
能
us it's
の
been a
おま
week,
けだ
but
けだ
for
と
her it's
思
only
う。
been like an hour at most.
残念ながら、終焉の律者や眉に関する情報は入手できてないわ。
大丈夫です。それも博士たちの想定の範囲内ですから。まずは話を現状に戻しましょう。
Hopefully the game sound isn't too loud. Let me turn it down a little bit just in case. Especially because we have had combat already. And that does tend to get kind of loud. But as long as you can hear the voices, then that's what matters.
メイ姉さんが今言ったあの力が起源の権能でなければ、学園長が話してた異常現象と関係があるとブローニャは思います。
異常現象？
They told May what happened earlier. Meanwhile,
もう終焉の
oops,
眉は
accidentally skipped past.
人類の
But
夢、
I
そ
decided to
の
realize
集
I didn't
合
think
体の
anyway.
最深部に隠されているのかもしれない。
Long before Sushing's group achieved any results, another strategic meeting about the Earth's future had started.
つまり
Hi,
地球奪
Teresa.
還の行動は結局最終的に終焉を超える行動に結びつくってことかしら。この問題を2つの面から考えてみて。まずは最近の行動結果を見る限り 夢にいる人たちを地球の空間とともに現実に帰還させることは難しい。一方、みんなが月から持ち帰ったサンプルを解析したとしても、旋回一条は終焉の眉の位置を特定できない。それはつまり、私たちが通り抜けることができない何らかの障壁が眉を隠してるってことよ。今ある情報から見ると、そういったレベルの障壁はあの夢の集合体以外に選択肢はないわ。
You know, this is completely off topic, but I just now realized that her tie is literally like looped around this. And I feel like if I were her, I would have gone insane from that. Like, I would not have just let it stay like this.
状況は厳し
But you
い。
know what? To each their own.
だが幸いにも
Clearly, she's
僕
not
たちには
bothered.
挽回する余地がある。ただ今の問題は、
その前に確認したいことがある。テレサ主教、誰もが一定の代価を支払うことになるとしても、世界を元に戻す覚悟はできている。そうだな。
何があったの？それはすでに天命とネゲントロピー、ひいてはヨルムンガンドの一部メンバーの共通認識だと思ってるんだけど。あんたの言う通りよ。ベルト、本題に入りましょう。
ああ。原理的に言うと、前に話したあの現象が起きた原因はそんなに複雑な話じゃない。人類の夢をすべて一箇所に集めると、精神のアダムとい
Okay,
う巨人
this
が
looks
現
kind
れる。
of cool. I don't know how to describe it, but it looks kind of cool.
それは
Weird,
ヨル
but
ムンガン
cool.
ド側が話してた夢の集合体の説明かしら。
ああ、人々の夢をつないでいるのが精神のアダムだ。故に彼らは互いの精魂空間を共有できる。
精魂空間を共有？
結果から見ると、彼らの精魂空間は干渉し合うことで互いの情報の空白を埋めているようだ。外部との接触を拒んだセンチネル族は現代社会の暮らしを理解できないだろう。人類は交流と想像だけで未知の世界を具体的に認識することはできないんだ。精魂が記録しているのは言語や画面のような簡単な概念だけじゃない。精魂空間の共有によって実現するのは限りなくリアルに近い夢の世界だ。
そしてその夢は人と人との差を利用し、彼らの求める未来や潜在的な理想を映し出す。ユートピアそのものね。
とにかく夢の主は向き合うはずの現実を潜在意識で拒む。今までの手段で彼らを解放できない理由はそんな単純なものだ。俺たちが奥深くに入るほど空間への影響力が弱くなり、潜在意識の拒絶に抵抗するのも難しくなる。みんなが子供の頃注射を怖がったようにな。
You know, I'm still wondering how everyone is so composed. Like, even when they first learned what was happening, they were still so composed. It's weird.
夢を見てる人たちが
You'd think they'd panic at least a little bit more.
彼らがそう願っていないからなの？そうよ。結局のところ、夢は自分の潜在意識と直接交流する手段に過ぎないの。だから夢を見る人の感情や好みに左右されてしまう。それを避けることはできないの。技術面で言うと、夢の集合体はブラックホールのように一種の特異点になってる。私たちが虚数化した地球を現実に戻しても大して影響を与えられないの。ここまで話してて一番腹が立つのは、私たちが彼らを解放するための方法を考えてるっていうのに、本人たちはまだ虚数空間でいい夢を見てるってところよ。
Yeah, of course she would be annoyed that people are, you know, peacefully dreaming. and having a good time. Although, yeah, I kind of get it, because literally they're working so hard, and just the people in the dream don't know what's going on outside, so obviously they don't appreciate everything that's being done for them currently.
考えただけで血圧が上がるわ。
I could have phrased that better, but it's fine.
害を避けたいと思うのは生き物としての本能だからね。
Although something tells me Tesla would be annoyed to be in a dream, because then she'd be missing out on doing stuff.
被害者たちは自分が夢の中にいることにすら気づいてい
So
ない。
she's just annoyed either
夢
way.
から目覚めるわけ。
知らないわよ。彼らは夢に隠れられることに喜ぶべきね。でないと、私のテスラ10562で頭を叩かれて目覚めることになるわ。つまり、私たちの今までの努力は無駄ってことかしら。残念ながらその通りよ。夢の集合体、もしくは精神のアダムは、自らを強化し続ける情報の眉。ケビンをボコボコにしたって状況は変わらないわ。
もちろんケビンをボコボコにするというのもテスラ博士の冗談だよ。
No, she probably meant to us a little bit.
うるさいわね。とにかく状況はかなり不利ってことよね。じゃあさっき話してた対応策って何？代価がかなり大きいみたいだけど。ベルト、あんたから話して。
いいだろう。先ほど言ったように、精神のアダムは人々の目覚めたくないという願望のせいで非常に硬くなっている。となると、最も安定した夢を狙って撃破すれば、残った夢は不安定になり、徐々に解体されていく。
撃破？ええ、エネルギーを用いた武器で爆撃して武力的な手段で頑固者を一掃すること自体はできるけど、まさか夢を消された人たちはどうなるの？
おそらく精神面で重いダメージを受けることになる。精神のアダムが背負ってるのは通常の意味での夢じゃない。美しいものを求める人々の意志なんだ。外部の力でそれを壊してしまうと、記憶、感情、夢、さらに願望というもの自体が夢と共に破壊されてしまう。夢の主にとってそれは精神世界の津波のようなものだ。
That's actually a pretty good way to put it, honestly. A tsunami in the mental world.
現実世界に戻った彼らは
Especially if you
どう
consider
なる？
how destructive they are, so
ポジティブに考
forcefully
えて
waking them
も
up is gonna be
うつ
pretty
病
much
患
just
者
as
のような状
destructive.
況に陥ってしまうだろう。何しろ人類にとって願望を失ってしまうことは全てを失うことと同じだからね。
つまりその人にとって人生そのものの意味を失うってこと？
そう。人類の潜在意識の集合体に正面から対抗すれば多くの人々が犠牲になる。テレサさん、それは僕たちがそうすると決めた時に支払わなければならない代価だよ。
Teresa was at a loss for words. Just a little while ago, she firmly believed herself capable of paying any price for the future of this world. Now that she had finally become the leader of the company after experiencing countless setbacks and growing pains, no one would doubt her resolve and will when she made the promise. However, when the price wasn't hers to pay, she found herself incapable of giving an answer. Teresa suddenly opened her mouth, yet failed to utter a single word. Every word she desired to speak felt like it weighed a ton. It was the weight of deciding the fate of countless people.
本当に腹が立つわ。
When are you not? It's literally just your personality being mad at everything.
あの人たち自身にも腹が立つけど、このまま彼らの運命を決めてしまったら、私たちはユルヌンガンドと大して変わらないでしょ？
ああ、 だからこそこのプランは今まで放置されていた。たとえ本物の神でも誰かの人生を決める権利など持ってはいない。これは今までネゲントロピーが守ってきた信念だ。しかし今、そんな理不尽なやり方が僕たちにとって唯一の活路になってしまった。地球奪還も意味がなくなり、終焉の眉の位置を割り出す方法も行き詰まっている。他のプランを考える時間はそう多くないんだ。
ムカつくわ。どうしても我慢できないのよ。立場が変わってもより良い答えを見つけられるわけがない。まるでケビンに嘲笑されてるみたいじゃない。
Yeah, but beating him up won't solve anything, even if I know that's what you want to do.
確かにあのふぬけどもに対してはちょっとした痛い目に合わせてやりたいと思ってるけど、本当にこのままやけになってあんな心ない成婚計画が好き勝手してるのを放っておいていいの？
嘲笑されてるというより、むしろ問い詰められてる気分だわ。もし人類が文明のために何かを捨てなければならないなら、ケビンは私たちにどんな答えを望んでるの
？Suddenly, she recalled Kevin's calm and indifferent eyes while she confronted him.
そうね。彼はとっくに彼の選択をした。成婚計画。それが彼の答えだった。彼は答えを期待していないかもしれないし、これも私たちのために残した試練じゃないかもしれないけど。
Yeah, he's not expecting anything from you guys. He's literally just waiting for a chance to die.
それでも私たちは答えを出さなければならない。そういえばあの時もしかしたら暴力は夢の集合体を突破する唯一の方法じゃないかもしれない。成婚計画に捕獲された時、偶然だったとはいえ、私は確かに自分が夢の中にいるって気づいたの。
Yeah, so we do know it is completely possible for you to break out of the dream. Since you and May have both done it.
それなら、
I mean, they've kind of trapped May multiple times now, but she's gotten it every time.
打ち破ることができないわけじゃないと思う。
I mean, she did have some help, but point is, she managed to break out multiple times. And that's kind of saying a lot compared to literally everyone else in the world is stuck in the dream.
閉ざされた夢を崩し、連鎖反応で解体を狙う。そして夢が緩んだ時、正常空間の定着を進め、その人たちを現実に帰還させる。同時にその過程で終焉の眉の座標を割り出す作業をする。第一歩が順調に終われば、その後の行動も理論上問題はないと思う。
そうなると今のところ主な問題は一つだけね。どうやって内部から夢を崩すの？
成婚空間の中で私は夢を見てるって気づいたことで、それを突破するきっかけを手にしたの。夢の頑丈さが現実に対する拒絶から来てるなら、夢の主に何らかの形でそれを受け入れてもらえば、あの固い夢たちを緩ませることもできるわよね。
I mean, at least she said they have to somehow make the owner accept reality. So it's not like she's making it out to be a lot easier than it is. Because there's definitely going to be people that, even if they do realize that they're in a dream, they're not going to want to wake up.
知ってると思うけど、少なくとも一部の人にとって夢は現実よりずっと魅力があるのよ。テレサ、その考えは本当に実現可能かもしれないわ。ほら、あの人たちにとって夢は現実より魅力があるでしょ。 じゃあ私たちが手伝って成婚計画以外のところで彼らの夢を作らせれば。成婚計画の夢の集合体から見れば現実と夢の関係が逆転することになるでしょ。
ごめんなさい。ちょっとついていけてないかも。どうしてそうすると夢。
もうこう考えてみなさい。その人たちは欲しいものがあるからこそ夢に執着するのよね。目の前の夢ではその願いを満たすことができないって気づかせたら、相手は新しい世界を切り開きたいと願うはずよ。その考えが生まれたら、もともと楽園のように見える夢の集合体はむしろ現実的な枷になる。そうすれば個人個人が夢の集合体自体を否定することになるでしょ。
つまり自分で何かを作りたいと考えるように相手を誘導すれば、その人はおのずと精神のアダムと敵対する立場になるってこと？
Okay, I guess that makes sense. I mean, it's not a bad plan, definitely. So it's at least worth a shot.
おそらく
And if it succeeds, then awesome. And if not, I'm sure they can come up with another
非協
option.
力的になるだろうな。
ああ、本当の創造は集団の潜在意識に対する反発。試す価値はあると思うよ。
ただこの方向で試してみる場合、おそらくやり始めたら最後までやり遂げる必要があるだろう。
ああ、それもそうね。それが効果があるやり方なら、プラン自体にランダム性があるせいで私たちは結果をコントロールできない状況になる。運悪く防御力がより強い精神のアダム2号を誕生させてしまったら、今までの努力が全部水の泡よ。
それならより試す価値があるじゃないか。
はあ？ボサ頭あんた。
冒険を主張しているわけじゃないよ。僕たちが話し合ったように、夢を壊す戦術は本当に見えるが大火力が必要だし、途中で発生するリスクの予想も難しい。ケビンが直接干渉してくる可能性も含めてね。だから技術面で言うと、
Honestly,
2
just
つのプラン
expect
の
him
ど
to
ちらがい
interfere.
いか判断しづらい。
Like, don't rule out the positive him not interfering, but just expect him to.
だったら
Because honestly, he's not very predictable, but at the same time, he is, so. I don't know where I was going with that.
というより、第一歩の操作が成功したら、あとは
All I
人
can
類に
say is
助け
hopefully
る価値
everything
がある
works
か
out
どうかの
fine.
検証をするだけだよ。
Hopefully, Teresa and Tesla's plan works out, and they can save a bunch of people. But I feel like even with their plan, there's still gonna be people that don't really care about the real world. So even if they can convince others to want to wake up, there's still gonna be some that will flat out refuse, right?
テスラ博士、君の怒りも非合理的なものではない。人類がただ一方的に助けられるだけの立場でいるなら、僕たちは飼いならされたハムスターと大して変わらない。自立して生きる能力などなく、世界を変える意志もない。そんな人は救わなくたっていい。
まあいいわ。あんたはそういう意地の悪い人間だってもっと早く気づくべきだったわ。
いや、僕は君よりも人類の根性と可能性を信じている。ただそれだけさ。
I feel like this phrasing is just gonna annoy her more.
人類には助ける価値があると僕は信じている。でなければ、キアナたちが世界はより美しくなると何度も何度も思うはずないだろ。ましてや、そうでなければ成婚計画が構築した夢の集合体もあれほどの美しい夢を作り出せるわけがない。
俺はアインの考えに賛成する。確かにこれは最後までやり遂げなければならないプランだ。だが俺たちが人類の素晴らしさを信じている限り、これはより試す価値のあるプランだと思う。 成婚計画に抗うことが人類の自我と抽象の戦いなら、人類全体の運命が決まるこの戦いには人類全体が参戦するべきだ。
好きだらけの考えだったのに、まさかここまで話し合うことになるとはね。
Was it really just a casual thought, though? I mean, even if it was, it's still helping a lot with coming up with new ideas and plans.
でも、みんなが賛成してくれたなら。
ええ、このプランで行きましょう。
同胞が俺たちを失望させないことを信じよう。
次は夢に入る人を決める段階だね。理論上参加する人が多ければ多いほど理想的だが、何事も始めが大事だからね。僕たちには先駆けとなる人が必要だ。
I mean, I'd say send the people who have broken out of dreams before, but that would still only leave them with 2 people, wouldn't it?
精魂空間に対して十分な忍耐力を持ち、夢の中で迷ったりせず、人を振幅させる話術も必要。
If I was in this game, I definitely would not be able to enter the dreamland because of this part specifically. Be able to avoid getting lost in the dreamland. Guys, I'm directly challenged. I get lost going in a straight line. So I would absolutely get lost in dreamland. I would not save anyone in that case.
そんな相手なら、あなたたちの前に一人いるでしょ。
それって、テレサさん自身のことを言っているのかい？
Who else would she be talking about? She's the only one that's gotten out of the dreamland, aside from May, of course, but she's not exactly here right now.
でもデュランダルたちが奪還した現実世界はあんたに定着させなければいけないのよね。
それについては、きっとジークフリートがうまくやってくれると思うわ。
I keep forgetting we have him back now. Oh my god.
彼はずっと後方で待機してて、愚痴をこぼしていたから。他の作戦面の手配に関しては、リタ、長光、琥珀たちを信じてる。彼女。
しかし、精神のアダムの内部はまだ未知のエリア。あ、そういえばビシュヌの能力で、確かに。そう考えると、作戦スタッフの中でテレサさんより向いている人はいないと思う。
I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot what the power of Vishnu was.
あれは最後の切り札だけどね。でも、客観的な理由よりも、みんな忘れてるなんて言わないわよね。授業を担当することはあまりないけど、私は学園長なのよ。
Yippee! Principal Teresa for the win! Why do birds fly? Few would ever ask such an unnecessary question now. Perhaps the birds, even if they could speak, wouldn't be able to explain it. Similarly, even if humans realized that they only had true freedom over how they die, they would not be able to explain why it was their only freedom. And they would never be able to provide a definite answer for it. But a long time ago, when the world was still foreign to mankind, they wanted to explore everything unknown in this world, and they refused to accept any questions that were without answers. So, when a certain person looked up at the sky, he would ask,
鳥はなぜ飛ぶと思う?
A speech about it was being held here. Hello, Sue. You're just hanging out in the background. If time was turned back by 1,000 years, every philosopher would be the pioneer of civilization, remembered in history in different ways. Sages whose wisdom transcended time, that was what they were called. But they were no different from infants to the man. It wasn't due to his nature. After experiencing it all, younglings like them couldn't cause a single wave in his heart.
もちろん、かつての私は必要のない疑問だと
Well,
思っ
that's
てい
kind of what
た。
happens when you're extremely old, sir. Although he can't really do anything about it, I guess.
鳥たちはもともと飛べる。それは私たちが持ち合わせている本能と同じで、神様が許した施しなのだ。しかし、こんなこじつけに等しい理由でも、 なぜ鳥が飛べるかについての解釈でしかない。なぜ飛ぼうとするのかは不明なままだ。
Someone seemed to be quietly shushing as it sounded like a meaningless argument.
みんな聞いてくれ。ここにいる一人一人は生まれつき見る能力、聞く能力、遠方へと旅立つ能力、すべてを征服する能力を備えている。しかしそれは一種の権力なのだ。それを放棄した者も私たちはたくさん見てきた。しかし飛ぶことを諦めた鳥を見たことがないのはなぜか。
Everything quieted down.
みんな、私が言いたいのは、もし運よく世界の起源まで戻れたとき、最初に目にする鳥は翼を持っていないのかもしれない。その生き物が持っているのはきっと神に祈りを捧げることで授かった翼ではなく、空に触れたいという思いを秘めた月のごとく高貴な心臓なのだ。
実に勇気のある人だ。
Oh, he speaks. Or I guess he thinks. Because it's not all out. As he'd expected, his speech immediately caused a commotion in the crowd. After all, in this God-fearing age, there was little support for thoughts like this. Of course, it wouldn't bring him any harm, so the man wasn't very worried. According to Sue, it was how the era is. Countless different thoughts were clashing against each other, and they would form common beliefs that led the civilization forward. It was why they must go to the people and listen to what they had to say.
スーの方は終わったんだろうか。
I mean, Sue's kind of just talking to someone behind you. A long time had passed since the two of them returned as pioneers and started helping the new generation reshape their civilization. With the help of their long lifespans and transcendent knowledge, they deftly entered history, aiding in its development in secret. He did not turn around to verify his companion was still behind him. They had made a promise to always be by each other's side, no matter what. He never doubted that promise.
しかし今回はいつもより長いようだ。
The man raised his hand and checked it briefly, but Cole did not seep out from there even until he finished listening to the speech. Clearly, he was getting better at controlling his own body temperature. Just like his growth in this aspect, everything else would take a turn for the better. That was what he thought. Even if it was too late for him, regardless of what aspect took a turn for the better.
行こう。
He began to lose interest in everything here. He had always considered the topic discussed before him meaningless. For the sake of a grander goal, and with Sue and his help, civilization would avoid the mistakes they made and take a better path forward. But on some very rare days, a thought like this passed his mind. Is humanity destined from birth to take the same path? Perhaps the guidance I provide them is just my own wishful thinking. Oh, we're back at this place. Isn't this where we were as Bronya? We're trying to get our power back. It was a very distant memory for him. Unlike his companion, the man was not affected by a certain side effect and hence didn't remember every moment of his life. Actually, even the absolutely important moments from 50,000 years ago required frequent recollection to remain in his memory. Everyone has experienced something similar. No matter how important a person or events may be, memories of them blur in time. That is an admonition of the flesh, which often gives birth to self-hatred. Even he was no exception. Only...
先ほどの記憶はすでに忘れ去られた断片だ。ここに再びこの身に帰ってきたのだろうか。
He looked around. Within the darkness was a surging dreamland formed by billions of minds. It was known as spiritual atom. When one was in it while conscious, its clear outline would appear.
まあいい。そう重要なことでもない。
Indeed. In his opinion, the memory shared certain attributes with his current actions. reshaping civilization. It had been his job for thousands of years. Even if he was well aware of Project potential results, the man acted just the same. He habitually wished to witness the world that revolved by his hands.
Hmm. これは蘇った記憶ではなく
What is this?
君
What
た
the
ち
heck?
の夢なのかすまない
Okay, so it's gone now. Just no mercy. Anyways. Oh, I can switch POVs? I don't want to. What if I just want to play as Kevin? Okay, so we have a bunch of people to talk to. Hello.
おいマジかよ
I'm observing from
前
right
も
between
残
you
業で
guys.
来られないって言ってたよなあいつらのプロジェクトチームがどうなってるのかお前も知ってるだろうありゃどうしようもねえさっさと行こう
You are very short, but hello. Let me just observe your conversation from right here. Hi, I am part of the team.
ねえ、ヘアピンを止めるのを手伝って。早く早く。だから、
Is she being
これはバ
ignored?
レッタでクロスヘアピンじゃないってば。なんで一緒につけるのよ。
Alright, it's time to interrupt their conversation. These identical twins.
まあまあ大丈夫よずっと行きたがってたじゃない他のことは後でどうにかできるからライブを見逃したら次なんてないよ天子はなんとかごまかしてあげるから心配しないで
でもちょっと怖いねえあそこにいる知らないおじさんがずっと見てきてるんだけど
Are we the old man that's staring at them? Oh, it's this old man. Hello.
大丈夫大丈夫一旦家に帰ろうか
でも私
父さんは十分満足してるよ何しろ自慢の娘だからな
でも
おや泣かないでくれ大丈夫だよあの学校も十分いいところじゃないか
Are you bashing the school that she wanted to go to just because she didn't get in? Wow. Okay, hello people.
この店今日番号札がいらないとは
もしかしたらもう人気がなくなったのかもね
これでいい
Maybe this was a good beginning for his journey. Indeed, everything was normal. Just normal. People were still repeating mistakes they should have made, suffering failures they tried their best to avoid, and shredded by small instances of joy and sorrow, day after day. But such mediocrity was what a certain era yearned for, yet cannot attain. In this world that faced Honkai as well, it was such a similar desire.
あんちゃん卵はいるかい
For that reason, Proto-Cinema could be called the worst, just like Honkai.
あんちゃん
But the man was aware that he had no other choice, and he never had one.
あんちゃん
Don't get so mad at him when you ask if he wants an extra egg. What the
あ
heck,
んちゃんの
sir?
分できたぞ
The man moved his scrutinizing gaze away from himself and towards the world. He noticed the ramen cart sign and the other customers lined up behind him. He remained silent and planned to leave, but the owner held a bowl of noodles towards him. It was so close that the steam from the bowl blurred his eyes. The man knew that he was supposed to take it with his hands. Besides himself, everyone he knew had considered what his life would be like when he finally purged Honkai from this world. Some thought that death was the best outcome for him, as he was truly lonely. Some thought he'd finally be able to let go, change his name, and have a bowl of ramen while seated before a simple house and spend the night recalling the smiles of some people. Others thought he could still act as a mentor for the new age and redeem himself once more. but clearly he has no interest in that. Even he acknowledged that these futures were not far-fetched. In fact, at a certain point in time, a very long time ago, they'd all briefly been his aspiration. But in actuality, from the moment Product Sigma was completed, he hadn't planned any future for himself. He had searched for a place to bury himself, but that was for another reason. Those lives others had imagined were truly peaceful ones.
すまないが、結構だ。
Did
麺
you
は美味し
even
かっ
eat
た。
the ramen? He walked away. Peace belonged to those who put an end to everything, not those who became the end itself. So did he even eat the ramen? He said it was delicious, but he never even took it. Okay, observe humans' dreams.
だから君たちに言っただろう。一人の運命はその性格にある。
It hadn't been long since he last met the philosopher. But today, the number of his audience declined drastically. The man couldn't recall when he came into the habit of frequenting this place. But he was sure of one thing. The philosopher was also a fool trapped in this age. Even a utopia designed by the greatest of minds would fail over the passage of thousands of years. He was a perfect example of that, in both ways. He was undoubtedly quite ordinary, and his companions used to tease him for being slow-witted. But once he gained time that far surpassed that of an old person, he could even look down upon the most outstanding minds of any era. Perhaps he was here to get a better view of the HERRSCHER and make up his mind on something.
運命に良し悪しなど存在しないが、性格はそうでもない。
I wonder how long Sue has been talking to that person in the background.
誰だ？
僕にはかつてとある友人がいた。彼はある才能を持ってはいたものの、愚鈍でいつも他人の決断に頼っていた。彼の性格がそうさせたんだ。だから彼は優れた頭脳と信頼に値する心を持つ者に従った。その者の指示のまま動き、その者の運命を自分の運命にした。果たして彼にとって性格こそが運命という理屈は通じるのだろうか。
ああ、すまない。昔ほど目が良くないんだ。ちょっと目の前まで来てくれないか。
I'm actually a little bit surprised that he's actually talking to the philosopher.
若者よ。君はヒーローを見たことがあるか？
Wasn't he a hero? So technically, yes, he has met one.
かつてたくさん見てきた。
いやいや、君の思っているような類のものじゃない。私がこんな話をしたことは覚えているだろうか。世の中には一種の理想しか存在しない。それは他人の理想を踏みにじることだと。
Hello, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you here.
どんな理想でも他人の理想を踏みにじらなければ実現できない。
It feels like the world is ending, even, I mean, it technically is, but... Now I can't even make that joke. Yep, Kevin's socializing, which means the world is ending. How are you? I'm good, thank you for asking. What about you?
認められないなら、君自身が気づいていないだけだ。
I keep yawning because the weather. I don't know what it is, but rainy weather always makes me so tired.
それを基準にして考
My
え
day
れ
is
ば、
ruined.
人は2種
What
類に分かれ
happened?
る。それができる
No
者はヒーロ
torture?
ーと呼ば
Oh,
れ、
okay, just no
他の者
ads.
たちは凡人だと思われる。
It's okay, you might get ads later. The man was not convinced. In an arrogance cultivated from his long life, his first reaction was the philosopher had experienced little and knew nothing. The
若
blood
者
came
よ。
back, tragic.
そう焦るな。話はまだ終わっていない。
Guess I'll open my laptop. Yep, anything for the ads, I guess.
ヒーローになることは誰もが望んでいる。しかし誰もがヒーローであればこの世界はどれほどひどくなるのか誰もが知っている。だからこそ違ったヒーローが誕生したのだ。彼らの理想は全く逆であり、自分の理想が踏みにじられることを望んでいる。世界を動かす規則も実際は彼らが維持しているのだ。
Oh, okay. What's up with this place? I really want to know what's up with all these pillars. It's kind of weird. Not gonna lie. I guess we do actually get to interact with some of them. That's good to know. The body of blank rests here. His death saved an entire city from the ravages of Honkai beasts. It is because his soul flowed into the grave, the earth shall become richer than the sky. Alright, let's read the next one. Sorry, I had to cough real quick. Her sacrifice allowed civilization to carry on. That's it? I thought it was gonna have another sentence. Oh, there's one right there. Okay, never mind, I get to fight. I have no clue what I'm doing, but you know what? It's fine. His attacks aren't as cool as I thought they would be, honestly. Oh. Damn, I thought he was gonna just fall. But he actually got back up. It would have been really funny if he fell over. This is a hero who changed the world. Reflect on his faults and memorize his merits, for he was also mortal. Finally some ads. Yippee! Obviously, what stood here is not a ruined building, but a grand tombstone. The reason it was so big is obvious as well. Those laid to eternal rest here were heroes acknowledged by the world. And they were all the humans in this dreamland.
しかし、この世界は
This world is kind of creepy. The man gazed at the endless expanse of sand around him, and he knew there was nothing but patrolling monsters here.
誰もがヒーローであれば、この世界はどれほどひどくなるのか。
Yeah, 1.3.0 just dropped 2 days ago. Yeah, I actually gave up my guaranteed lighter because I realized I kind of had to pull for obvious reasons. For the reason of collecting every pink-haired character in game. But also because my brother, who doesn't even play the game, messaged me about the new character. So I was like, okay, yeah, even he thinks I need to get her, so I might as well.
確かに。僕の立
It's
場から
okay,
見る
though.
と
I'm still gonna save to
彼の
pull for
話は
lighter.
正しい。
And I will do my best to get him.
だがそれでも、そんな者たちをヒーローと呼ぶだなんて認めがたい。ここの結末は現実
Your
で
brother's Jing, right?
夢で
Hell
はない。
yeah. As he'd said, the dreams created by Project Sigma might have their own limitations, but they were not restricted by objective reality. It could be completely illogical, and all of this should never have occurred. Provided it hadn't changed in any way. Yep.
僕
We
に似
can
た
only
来
hope
客
that it
が
hasn't changed.
精神のアダムを
He has
訪
that
れている
good
のか。
taste. Real. Yes, now I have one more character. Oh. God, why does she run like that?
ビシュヌの力を背負った戦士。
I'd switch to Teresa, but I kind of enjoy playing as Kevin right now.
すまないな。 私は君のことを覚えていないんだ。
But sir, we were literally just talking to you a little while ago.
カスラナ。
カスラナ？聞き覚えのない名前だ。
僕は君の演説を欠かさず聞いてきた。
欠かさずにか。
The philosopher was almost at the end of his life, so it was impossible for someone who had heard all his speeches to be so young.
どうしてだ？
僕にもわからない。
You're just his fan, I guess. I mean, you're not, because you don't seem to really like him, but you've listened to all of his speeches.
本当は君よりさらに先を見続けた人を僕は知っている。本来なら彼女の一言一句を覚え思い返し自分の行動を決めていくべきだった。しかし僕にはできない。この時代の問題を解決するにはこの時代の考え方が必要だ。何はどうあれ僕は君の知恵を浅はかさを知っている。
Despite how much time has passed, Sue is still in the background talking to a random person.
君が投げかけた問いについて考えたことがあるし、自分なりの答えも見出した。それでもなお、僕には今、知りたいと思っていることがある。この100年間、人知の頂点に立つ者として、生涯を思索に費やした結果、君は一体どんな答えを得たのか。
答え？
鳥はなぜ飛ぶと思う？
Yeah, I knew he was gonna ask that. Because it's how this entire, scenario started. With him listening to the philosopher talking about why birds fly. His eyes reflected the old man's confused expression. No one could contemplate a single question for a lifetime. No one but Kevin. No one else had been able to go through life with such a simple initial goal. But regardless, the old man still remembered what he'd said in his youth.
それは飛びたいからだ。
しかし、ありえない。どこまでも独りよがりなロマンチストの願望だ。僕も同じ理念を抱えている。それは子供時代を乗り越えること。だが欲しいからといってできるわけではない。
なら君の答えは？
飛ばないといけないからだ。
It had been around 3,000 years since Kevin harnessed the power of finality, but he already had the answer by then.
白亜紀に終焉の隕石が落下した結果、自由な鳥たちだけが滅亡の定めから逃れられた。
何を言っているのかよくわからない。
Why does the old man sound kind of annoyed now? Is he annoyed because he doesn't understand what Kevin is talking about?
それでも適合者のみが生き残れると信じているんだな。結末は全てを検証する試金石となり、勝利のみが氷となる。ならば若者よ、私が死ぬ前に最後にもう一度演説をしよ
う。The irony of being called a young man when Kevin is way older than the old man he's talking to right now.
今回語るのはイカロスという若者。そして君に知ってほしいんだ。
Although, when this question about why birds fly is asked, I'm pretty sure everyone's first thought is Icarus. Incredibly well Noya, I'm actually shocked to see you in chat. Hello.
墜落するために飛び上がる人間もいるのだと。
I'm alive. Wow. Guys, she's finally alive after a million years. Got let out of work early? Nice. That is very, very good news. Oh, hush. Guys, she's come back from the dead.
テレサがここを出てからすでに時間が経っている。誰かがここで想像を試みているのだろうか。
Okay, what are we doing? Oh, hello, creepy children.
俺知らないおじさんだ。
There's a lot of people that you've never met.
やったー、助けが来たよ。
ちょっと待って、どう見てもいい人じゃなさそうだけど。
God, imagine seeing someone for the first time being like, yeah, they don't look nice. I don't want to talk to them because they don't look nice.
大丈夫だよ。ちびっこ先生だって最初はいい人に見えなかったもん。
These children are so judgmental. What the heck?
そういう問題じゃないと思う。
I mean, we can all think it. They let the intrusive thoughts win. Oh my god, but they're literally saying it out loud where he can hear them.
何をしている？
へへ、聞いたらきっとびっくりするよ。
Clearly they're watching ants. That's why they're staring at the ground.
僕たちは今おっきな飛行船を作ってるんだ。空の一番高いところまで登ってその先まで飛んでいくの。それと海の一番深いところとかにも行けるよ。誰も思いつかない飛行船を作ってみんなの知らない場所まで行くんだ。どう？一緒にやってみない？君の名前もそこに刻んでおくから。
You children can't just recruit any random person you see. You literally said he doesn't look like a nice person.
ちょうど重たすぎる材料もあって。
君たちは難しい仕事をしている。なら、それなりの理由があるんだろう。
だって何も変わらないなんてつまんないでしょ。初めの一歩を踏み出せてこそ本物の冒険者になれるってちびっこ先生も言ってたよ。
Wait, with them saying they're a little teacher? How tiny do you think the teacher is? Like Noya Heights? Because these children are already pretty small. But they're calling someone little.
まあ興味ないならいいや。僕たちだけでやるから。おじさんバイバイ。
Okay, bye children. He was well aware that once a thought came into being, it was impossible to fully eliminate. Thoughts were the freest and hence the most dangerous thing in this world.
なるほど。これは君の力ではなく、君が彼らにここを変えようと思わせたのか。鳥は空へ羽ばたきたいと思ったがゆえに、
Noya, are you still in
自
chat
分の
right
ため
now?
に翼を作った。しかし、成婚計画を覆すには、
I just
まだまだ
remembered
足りな
something
い。
that I saw the other day. So Noya, you've been on Starwell recently, right? With the Sampo events? Not yet? Okay, well there's been a daily event with Sampo where you just go in and give him supplies, but that completely, like, that reminded me, on Twitter recently, I've been seeing a lot of stuff about Sampo in Honkai Back Third with Sparkle. Like, we already know that she's coming, but I didn't know anything about a Sampo. Yeah, so apparently he also gets to make a surprise appearance in this.
彼らにきっかけを与え、変わろうと思わせた
Sampo
としても、
coming, I don't think he's gonna be
こ
playable,
の夢を
but
突き破
he's
れる
gonna
か
make
ど
an
うかは
appearance at the very least.
彼ら次第だ。
I mean, if he was playable, it'd be very strange considering that we don't get playable guy characters in this game.
世界を変える力と執念を平凡な人々が持っていると君は本当に思っているのか？
Yeah, I was about to say. Yeah, whenever I saw it, I was so confused, because what do you mean Sampo is suddenly here? Where did he come from? Yeah, it looks like he just gets added to
信
be
じてい
bullied.
るからこそ全力を尽くしてこんな導きを残したんだろう。
You must accomplish it yourselves, otherwise all of it would be meaningless. Well, yeah. I don't see why people wouldn't want to do stuff themselves. And we have another one of these. But fortunately, Kevin is very good at destroying things without having to do anything. Presently, the shadow was still seeping out incessantly from spiritual Adam due to his own presence. And so, the dreamland which should not exist kept flashing back from time to time.
イカロスの物語な
Oh,
ら
of
知っ
course,
て
we're
いる
back here.
職人の父と作った羽の翼を身につけ彼らを捕らえる島から逃げ出そうとした。しかし父の忠告に従わず上がってはならない高さまで飛んでいった。最後は太陽の光が羽を固定するローを溶かし彼は海に落ち溺れ死んだ。
I know that they're just like reusing the same scene for this, but it's funny, especially with Sue in the background, because obviously we've seen how much time has passed since the first time he showed up here, but this entire time Sue has been talking to a random person back there. And it's been like 100 years, hasn't it? Since like the first time he came here. So Sue has been talking to that random guy for a very, very long time.
Oh,
I'm sure he would very much like to go home.
だが、私のように彼と話したことはないだろう。彼は神話に存在する人物だ。君と同じだな。だからこそ彼は存在していたと言える。
He finally realized that he seemed to have underestimated the philosopher.
イカロスはうぬぼれゆえに、それが招いた事故によって命を落としたと、
I had originally
みん
planned
な
to play
は
it for a
思
lot
って
longer
い
than I
る。
did, but then my game started breaking out of nowhere, and at one point I had enemies out of bounds, so I couldn't defeat them.
しかし、もしそれが
I realized I never told you
ずっ
about
と
that.
昔からやろうとしていたことだとしたら、
Yeah, at one point, without me pressing anything, the game tabbed me into OBS without me actually being clicked into OBS, but I couldn't click back into the game, and I was also about to be in battle. So I was just dying in battle without being able to switch back to the game because of a crazy glitch. I eventually had to alt-tab, and that was about an hour before, the enemies were out of bounds.
彼は幼い頃、こんなことを言っていた。
I was so confused though, because I was just like, oh, what happened? I was literally just watching the game.
落ちることで
Why
勝
am I
利を
suddenly in
迎える。
OBS? God, it was a crazy stream. There was so much stuff from beginning to end.
彼らの理想は真逆で
I think the most
自分の
shocking
理想
part
が
is the
踏み
fact
に
that
じ
I
られる
didn't
ことを
die in that battle.
望んでいる。
Even by the time I finally alt-tabbed into the game, I somehow didn't die. I don't know. I was literally just standing there getting attacked while trying to figure out what happened.
彼こそが君の見たもう一人のヒーローなのか。
So it turns out my skill issue applies to death as well. I'm just so bad at the game I can't even die.
だがそれに何の価値がある。
But actually, I've been a lot better at the game recently. I haven't died as much. My health usually doesn't get past half anymore, so...
他人に踏みにじられる階段を与え己の失敗で高くまで飛ぶなと戒めるためとでも。
We love to see it. Yes, I am powerful now.
逆だ。彼はあえ
God,
て
that guy's voice
ある
is
ことを証
surprisingly
明
loud.
したかったんだ。私は太陽の目の前まで飛び上がった。そこは誰もが及ばない場所。だから誰かが私を超えられるかもしれない。さて、鳥はなぜ飛ぶと思う？
This is the third time in the past hour that we've been asked this question. Because I saw the first bird try to touch the zenith with a heart as lofty as the moon, yet it fall to its death on the ground. Because I saw other birds make similar attempts and soar higher and higher. So birds still soar across the sky now. Yes, they do, but they still don't fly very high. Which bird was he? He did not know, but for some reason, a basketball rolling on the ground came to his mind. Icarus did not fail. His descent was a result of his flight and proof of another type of success. Even if it was a very narrow-minded way of looking at things, a romanticist wishful thinking, but perhaps it was the only rule that made the world spin. I still think it's funny that we're like going through all this stuff while everyone's like busy trying to keep the world from ending. But here we have Kevin just going through his memories.
海に落ちる。それを奪い返したいのなら、君たちは
Yippee,
僕より
mysterious
も高い
glowing
ところまで飛ぶべ
door.
きだ。それこそが子供時代を超えた先にある
Gotta have the filler
大人の
episode.
論理だ。
Real. Kevin, I think you were supposed to disappear completely
今の
there.
君は果たしてそれを悟っているのだろうか。天元のもの。
By the way, guys, I can assure you that if I go back to the moon right now, I'm still gonna get flashbanged by the ice. Because I never managed to fix that shadow problem, which means that everything over there is still way brighter than it should be. Only boundless darkness lay ahead. Teresa walked slowly through the boundless void as the darkness followed her footprints. Countless noisy whispers and faint flickering lights surrounded her. That just sounds like a horror movie, honestly. It just sounds creepy. The reflections of the dreamlands, traces humans left behind in Proto-Sigma. Hello, Teresa. It was the first time Teresa realized that even light can be oppressive and heavy like the ocean's depths. Can't read, guys. I've tripped up on words like 50 times today. And she just walked silently, and as time passed, a bright light appeared before her eyes.
行きましょう。
行くぞー. God, I can't get over the way she runs. It looks so
こ
goofy.
こは本当に学校だわ。子供がたくさんいるわね。
Well, Teresa can blend in here because she's very, very tiny.
似通った夢は互いを引き寄せ絡み合う。こういうことだったのね。
I could be wrong about this, but wasn't Teresa said to be like 80 years old? I forgot who told me that, but all I know is that she's way older than she looks. Just like with a bunch of other characters in this game.
この子たちはお互いのことを知らないのかもしれない。けど、似通った願いが同じ夢を見させている。でも、学校で好き勝手に遊ぶ夢なんて、先生のこと無視しすぎじゃない？
Yeah, guys, look, she's literally barely a head taller than them. She is so short.
一緒に絵本とかを読みませんか？
Why do they keep talking to their identical twins, though? Because we have these two talking to each other and looking exactly alike, and then we have the exact same thing over here.
これを見てみて。それ。わあ、すごいな。かくれんぼして遊ぼうぜ。いいよ。じゃあ、あそこでしよう。
子供たちはみんな楽しそうにしてるわね。ある意味で夢から起こしたくなくなっちゃうわ。
I mean, you might not want to disturb it, but they still have to wake up at some point.
でもね、みんな、夢がただの夢だと価値がなくなっちゃうのよ。
どうだ、なかなかだろ。
上手だね。
これって飛行船、かっこいいね。そうだよ、学校より大きい飛行船なんだ。
あの男の子が子供たちを引き寄せてるのね。もしかしたら変化のきっかけになるかも。こんにちは。
For a second, I thought she was gonna try to blend in with the kids.
あれ、君も僕の絵を見に来たの？ふん、 本気で見たいって言うなら教えてやってもいいよ。
見せて見せて。よくできてるわ。でもまだまだね。
Teresa, that's kind of mean. You can't just tell someone that their work isn't good enough, especially if they're a child.
はあ？そもそも君は誰？僕の方が絵がうまいから嫌がらせしたいだけだろう。
私はいろんな絵を見てきたから、その良し悪しが一目でわかるのよ。
ちょっと年上だからって調子に乗るなんて子供っぽいよ。
Yeah, she's just a little bit older. Definitely not like 6 times your age. Minimum.
あなたの絵には大事なものが一つ欠けてるの。
言ってみなよ。
Looks can be deceiving, especially with her. I don't know how exactly to describe her case, but she's a creation of sorts. God, I keep coughing. I hate allergies. But yeah, she's a lot older than she is. Then again, Otto was also a lot older than he looked. So I guess it just runs in the family that isn't actually family. Cause she called Otto grandpa. Even though I'm pretty sure he was her creator. I don't remember too much about that exactly, but somehow he became grandpa. I guess cause he was like 500 years old.
この飛行船ってとある冒険譚に載ってる絵を模写したのよね。私もその本を読んだことがあるわ。
そうだよ。でもそれがなんだって言うんだ。絵とそっくりじゃないか。色だって全く同じなのに。
I mean, you say that it's an exact copy, but she could immediately tell the difference, which means that there's a lot of flaws in there.
なら主人公がいつも口にしてるセリフも覚えてるわよね。私は世界を飛び回って空の隅々に自分の名前を残すんだ。主人公は飛行船を操縦していろんな国を渡り歩いた。そして行く先々で出会った人たちはみんな彼とその飛行船のことを覚えてくれたでしょ。
そうだよ。だから僕は憧れてるんだ。いつかは彼みたいな冒険者になってみせるよ。
でもこの絵にはあなたの姿がないじゃない。彼の夢をそのまま描いただけで何の変化もない。それじゃあ一人前の冒険者になれないわ。
I mean, she has a point. The two in the heat of arguments attract the attention of even more, and before they knew it, they were surrounded by children. That is nightmare fuel. Can they, like, keep the children away from me? Thanks.
これでいいわね。話し合う人たちが多ければ多いほど、子供たちは自ら変わるきっかけを見つける。この夢に絡んでいる人たちもその影響を受けるはず。
Actually, maybe the children here are a little bit better than usual, because they seem to be mostly well behaved. So I guess I could deal with them for a little bit. As these thoughts ran through Teresa's mind, a soft voice came from her side.
あなたは先生なんですか？
Not a teacher, but she is a principal.
ええ、実はね。
She doesn't really have any
私
teaching
は他の
experience
学
though.
園の学園長なのよ。
She literally said it
あな
herself
た、
earlier.
さっきの話を聞いてたの？
はい、さっきあなたは本に描かれた人たちは鏡で目標だけどそれに縛られてそこが限界だと思ってはいけない。本物の冒険者なら開拓者の足跡をたどってもっと遠くまで行ってまだ誰もがたどり着けていない未知の空へと自分の夢を飛ばすべきだって言ってましたね。
Why does this child speak better than most people my age?
ええ、そうよ。この数百年、数千年の間、数々の冒険者が自分の夢を追いかけたから人類の世界がここまで栄えたの。
Seriously, why does she talk so much better than pretty much everyone I know.
それこそが文明なのよ。
ならちびっこ先生、僕たちはどうすれば本物の冒険者になれるんですか？
ちびっこ先生。
I mean, at least now we know that the little teacher was referring to Teresa.
いけない。私は冷静沈着な大人のレディーなのよ。子供相手にムキになってどうするの？簡単よ。自分の夢から目覚めることが冒険者になる最初の一歩よ。誰だって夢を見る。夢の世界ではいろんな想像を形にできる。でもそれだけじゃ足りないの。だってこの世界には夢で見るよりも面白い、想像できないような存在がたくさん隠されてるんだもの。
それって何？
残念だけど私も知らないわ。
ちびっこ先生の嘘つき。
There we go. Now we have children actually acting like children and being
嘘じゃない
annoying.
わよ。私が知らないのはそれがまだ作り出されていないから。その面白い存在は今あなたたち一人一人の心に眠っているの。
私たちの心？
ええ、あなたたちは豊かなアイデアと想像力を持ち合わせてる。だからその手で誰もが見たことのない未来を描き、熱意で夢をさらに遠くへと飛ばして。勇気を振り絞って最初の一歩を踏み出し、道を探し続け、まだ存在しないものを作り出せば、たとえそれが些細なものでも最終的には冒険者になれる。でもそんなチャレンジすらできないなら、あなたたちの思い描くカラフルでキラキラとした作品を見る機会なんてないわ。すごく残念よね。
今は存在しないもの。作品。
Why can't real kids be as smart as these kids?
そうだ、こんなのはどう？
I know that kind of be asking a
本よりも
lot,
ずっとすごい飛
considering
行船を
that
描
they're
いて
little children, but you know, if kids in real life were even half as smart as this, they'd be a lot more bearable. Although at the same time, it'd be kind of creepy if all of them spoke like that little girl did. Cause, yeah.
それを作って空を飛ぶんだ。
We don't need all children talking better than adults.
なんかかっこいいね。俺も一緒に作るよ。
僕も。
The children got into an animated discussion and started painting on paper with great gusto. Some of them started to run around in search of materials from all over the school. The edges of the dreamland started to blur because of this. It was like the small ripples created by a pebble tossed into a lake. It might be a small step, but changes were certainly occurring quietly.
そうね。私にできるのはこれくらいかしら。きっとやれるはずよ。だって世界はあなたたちの手で変わるんだもの。次はどんな夢なのかしら。今日は
Reads break through the spiritual atom. Will do.
おかしいわね。向こう側の夢は少し違うみたい。
Silver lights floated slowly through the darkness of the void. As she looked along the floating marks in the dreamland, Teresa noticed a familiar figure.
ゼーレ、どうしてここにいるの？
Why is she here?
アインシュタイン博士から皆さんの計画を聞いて、私も力になれるかなと思いまして。
That just makes it sound like she snuck in. But this doesn't seem like a place she could easily sneak into.
博士の話によると、世界の泡を感知できる私の能力は夢の集合体にも一定の効果があるらしいんです。だから 手伝いに来ました。
I mean, the more help, the better, I guess, so...
迷
I mean, at
惑
least
で
she's
した
here.
か？
まさか。
Now, are they gonna work together, or are they gonna split up? Don't snitch. It's okay. I'm sure even if we did, she wouldn't get in trouble for it, because she's just a naturally good person that everyone trusts.
世界の泡を感知する能力。つまり、どの夢がより脆くて、どの夢が集合体に大きく影響するかがわかるってことよね。
博士の予想に問題がな
I
けれ
mean,
ば、
no, yeah, at least
そう
you
だ
get
と
to
思い
see,
ます。
this universe is silly.
よかったわ。何でも知ってるガイドさん
Who
が増
is
えたみたい。
way different from the Sorrow one.
ゼーレ、よろしくね。
I kind of prefer this one, but the Sorrow one is pretty cool too.
はい、頑張ります。
But at the same time, Sorrel Sealy does not have an other self. So she's not as cool in that sense.
ここは
She doesn't have a voice in her head that can take over. That just sounds like she's possessed, but you know what? Yeah, Sorrel Sealy isn't possessed. That's her God, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word I'm looking for. Oh well.
何かおかしなところでもあったんですか？
記憶にある
Teresa,
光
there we
景
go.
と
I was gonna say,
重な
you're
ったから
supposed to be talking right now.
少し感慨深くなっただけよ。
I feel like later I'm gonna randomly remember the word that I was trying to say. And then I'm just gonna like say it out of nowhere and confuse everyone, including myself.
もう何年も前のことだったわ。あの時、一人の友人と一緒にこっそりと外に出て、こういう街を目的もなくブラブラと歩いたの。どこにも行かず、ただ歩きながらおしゃべりしただけ。でも、最も楽しかった思い出の一つよ。
テレサ学園長がそのお友達さんを大切に思ってることが伝わってきました。
ええ。彼女は、私が一生をかけて追い求めた光よ。さて、昔のことを思い出すより、今は急いで行動すべきよね。
Okay, so they are actually splitting
まず
up.
は手分けして、近くにいる人たちに話を聞いて、この夢の状況を
Sometimes they
把握
choose
しま
to
しょう。
stick together even when they should be splitting up. So I wasn't totally sure how that was gonna go.
はい、任せてください。
I thought we were gonna get to play as Sealy now that she's shown up, but no, we're still Teresa. That's tragic. Are they not gonna say anything? Nope. They're just silently staring at me. Hello, are you guys gonna say anything? Nope, they are also spacing out. What is wrong with these people? I don't think you're staring at the sky, and I don't. Well, I guess he's kind of staring at the ground, but
変ね。
weird.
なんだか不気味だわ。みんな、心ここにあらずって感じで、ぼーっとしたり、話を無視したりしてる。
Maybe this is just a dream for people that like to be no thoughts head empty. No, I think this is your kind of dream. You get to just be here staring at nothing for all eternity.
ゼーレの様子を見に行きましょう。
そういう意味じゃなくて。
だったら離れなさい。関わらないで。
でもこのままだとあなたは。
I want to be able to eat as I have head
関係
empty.
ないでしょ。
Okay, so we need a slightly modified version of this dream.
何があったの？
この方が辛そうに見えたので、何か手伝えないか聞いたんですけど。
あんたも仲間なの？私から離れて。
But I just got here. I was just seeing what was happening. You can't just tell me to stay away. What the heck?
落ち着いてちょうだい。別にあなたを傷つけようとしてるわけじゃない。私たちはただ手伝いたいだけなの。
離れてってば。
There we go. There's the voice in her head.
気を使う必要なんてないでしょ。
Oh no, yeah,
本
this
当の
is
ことを教
Dark
えればい
Sealy.
いじゃない。ここの全ては夢
When
な
she
ん
had
だ。
a chance to pick her name, she also picked Sealy, so it's literally Sealy and Sealy. Basically, her personality is closer to the Star Rail Sealy.
待って。
The agitated woman blinked with a shred of surprise. On the contrary, she seems exhausted. I had a stroke reading that.
そういうことなのね。
ねえ、聞いてた？何もかもがあなたの夢で現実じゃないって言ったのよ。私たちは夢に閉じ込められたあなたを起こしに来たの。
どうして？
は？
あんたの話が事実だとしても、どうして目覚めなければいけないの？
Yeah, see, this is what I was talking about earlier, guys. Even if they get people to acknowledge that they're in a dream, there's still gonna be people like her that don't want to wake up.
現実はすごく辛いのに、どうして夢を見る権利まで取り上げようとするの？
Okay, but lady, you don't seem very happy in your dream either. The look of absolute despair on the woman's face was also familiar to Teresa. Many years ago, she saw the same expression on her own face when she looked in the mirror.
なるほど。そういう夢なのね。大人になって世界は想像のように美しくないって気づいたとき、人は現実の無力さと不公平さを感じる。あらゆる方法を尽くしても現状を変えられないとき。
I don't get why the lady wants to stay in the dream, when clearly she is very far from happy here. Considering she was literally kind of freaking out over one person talking to her.
彼らは無意識のうちに逃げることを選ぶ。考えることを諦めて心を麻痺させ自分の世界にこもるのよ。この夢が重苦しくて静かなのは、その主がこの先に希望があることを信じず終わりのない停滞に陥ったから。かつて望んでた美しいものが夢の中に存在していないのは、現実にいる彼らはもう夢を見ないから。だからこの夢はこれほど安定してるのね。現実に絶望した人にとってここは唯一帰ることができる場所なんだと思うわ。
Does that make this lady an anomaly then? Because like everyone else is completely spaced out and unresponsive, but she's actually like responding to everyone. So it's kind of going against what the dream is trying to do.
それって彼らを起こす方法なんてないってこと？
You're not gonna beat them up, Sealy.
物理的な
I
手
know
段
that
で
she's a
解決
chaos
してみ
gremlin,
る。
but we can't just go around beating everyone up.
それでも頑張ってみたいの。だってかつての私もこんな夢にとらわれてたから。あの頃の私は生きる意味を理解できずにいた。人工生命である私は他の集団に溶け込
Violence
む
is
ことがで
always
きず、
the answer? No,
ただ無
violence
関
is
心
not
のまま
always the answer.
生きてた。彼らと同じようにあの頃の私は夢を見ず未来にも期待してなかった。でも彼女も幼い頃から暗い部屋で育ってきたから、外の世界のことは本でしか知ることができなかったけど、私と違って彼女は奇想天外な考え方をしてた。たとえこの世界がちっぽけなものだったとしても。
Honestly, I don't know why she's taking her time to explain all of this to Dark Sealy. Because we all know that she doesn't really have the patience to listen to this, unless it's coming from, you know, normal Sealy.
彼女は様々なプレゼントをくれた。彼女が育てた花や 鳥たちのために作った巣を見せてくれた。深夜に私を外に連れ出してくれたこともあった。彼女曰く、自分を抑えてる人こそ心の中で美しいものを願ってる。だけど手に入らないからこそ彼らは前に進む勇気を失ってしまうの。彼らが必要としてるのは一つのきっかけだけ。それは心を打つ物語だったり、綺麗な音楽だったり、共鳴するゲームだったりするのかもしれないけど、きっかけがあればもう一度希望を持ち、生活の雨風に抗い、明日の虹を抱きしめられる。ただ窮地を打破する勇気と力があることに気づいてないだけなの。みんな自分の想像よりもずっと勇敢で思い通りにならない現実と向き合ってる。新たな可能性を作り出せるって彼女は言ってたわ。
You know, I think Darkseid has gotten a lot more patient than when she was first introduced. Because I feel like normally by now she would have interrupted.
あんたばっかり話してるけどね。あんたは別に私を知ってるわけじゃないでしょ。
その通りよ。あなたを一番知ってるのは
how can we understand someone we
あなた
literally
自
just
身だ
met?
もの。
We don't even know your name, lady.
自分の望み、夢、当時の気持ちをあなたは全部覚えてるはずよ。それはあなたの勇気の源。前進するための原動力。あなたの心。ずっとここに残っててもあなたは満足することなく、ただ時間を無駄にするだけ。だったら自分の心にもう一度チャンスを与えるべきだと思わない？
She opened her mouth but failed to utter a single word. A tear rolled down her face while reflecting on the glow of the streetlights.
あんた。
さて、ゼイレ、
IKZ!
そろそろ行きましょう。
Time to move on to the next dream.
もう終わり？彼女はまだ何も反応してないじゃない。
説教で誰かを変えることはできない。でも、今の話が彼女の心に衝撃を与えたことも事実。大人にとってはそういった変化があるだけで十分なのよ。
ふん、そうかもしれないわね。
あの時、私に教えてくれてありがとう、セシリア。
Noya, since you don't play this game, you wouldn't know who Cecilia is, I'm pretty sure. But basically, Cecilia is Kiana's mother, who died a long time ago. But she was very close with Teresa. So, yeah. Nothing like being an orphan. It's okay. Kiana's dad is still alive. I mean, he was kind of gone for a very, very long time, but he's back. He's not back with the milk, but he's back. Also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a drink. Because I actually forgot to get one before stream started. So just give me like 3 minutes. In the meantime, you get to stare at Teresa. Yippee! Noya, you can probably take comfort in the fact that you're taller than her. Just barely. Hello, I'm back. And I see the hydration reminder, so now that I actually have a drink, let me go ahead and get that done. Here we go. Welcome back. Thank you. Alright, on to the next stream. IKZ! Oh, we're on the beach. Okay. I don't know why we're on the beach, but that's fine. Waves hit the beach as the warm midday sun covered everything in rays of lazy sunlight. The huts scattered around the area weren't luxurious. Conversely, they were so simple that they seemed out of place in a sweet dream.
こんな夢もあるんですね。とてもリアルな気がします。でも、それならどうして夢で実現しないといけないんでしょう。
Maybe this is just their favorite place in the world, so they wanted to dream about it.
どうしてかしらね。この広々としている感じ。今回の夢の主は無欲な人のようね。ここで考えてても仕方ないし、夢の主に状況を聞いてみましょう。
Oh, it's a granny. Oh, and a grandpa. Okay, so this is like a retirement home, I guess.
こんにちは。
おや、お嬢ちゃんたちは夢から目覚めるように彼を
Is she not real? Is
説
she
得
just
し
someone
に
that
来
he's
た
dreaming
の？
about?
彼ってそのここが夢だってわかるんですか？
I'm gonna guess that he's just dreaming about a wife that passed away or something.
そうよ。でも残念ながら
You know,
二
kind
人
of
の
like how
力にはなれないでしょう
when
ね。
May was dreaming, Alazia was there despite the fact that she is long gone.
ここは私の夢ではないし、私も彼が想像した家族でしかないから。ほら、人は年を取ると若者よりも寂しがり屋になってしまうでしょ。
じゃあどうすればこの夢を終わらせられるかわかるかしら？
それは手間がかかるだろうね。何しろこの夢がなければ彼はこの世を去っていくかもしれないから。
Oh, okay, so he actually has a valid reason for wanting to stay in the dream, for the sake of his survival.
ここに来るまで彼は何年も寝たきりの生活をしていた。だからお嬢ちゃんたちに聞きたいの。希望を持てる者は夢から出ることによってその勇敢さへの祝福を得られる。でも未来のない人たちは一体何を得られるの？
I'm actually glad that we're seeing a dream like this, because it's something that I feel like most players wouldn't have considered earlier. Because we know that there's people that would like choose to stay in the dream because they just don't want to face reality, and then we have people like this who are literally dying, so they have a valid reason for wanting to stay. And not just because they don't want to face reality.
あの人はさっきのおばあちゃんが話してた人みたいですね。
Hi, Grandpa. Looking at the elderly nearby, delicate like a candle in the wind, the two were speechless. After a while, Teresa sighed lightly.
やってみましょう。
Yep, let's talk this guy into waking up, even though he's not gonna live much longer.
何しろこの夢は数人の選択だけじゃなく幾千万の人に共通してる運命にも関わってるから。
Yep, we're waking him up for the permanent sleep. Which sounds kind of cruel, honestly, but
こんにちは、
he can't just stay
若
here,
者たち。
unfortunately.
こんにちは、おじいちゃん。こんにちは。私たちは。
She hesitated for moments and found herself unable to convey the cruel truth.
人が訪れるのは久しぶりじゃ。さあ、
ここにお座り。大したものはないが、子供をもてなすお菓子くらいならたくさんあるぞ。
I wonder how the grandpa would feel if we told her Teresa was around his age and isn't actually a child.
ありがとう。でもいいの。私たちはただ
Offended? Yeah, but he'd be offended that he doesn't get to look this young.
そう遠慮するな。
Although I'm
こ
sure
れ
she
も
would
何
prefer
か
to
の
look
縁じゃろ。
like an old person,
せっ
considering that
か
she is
くここ
one.
まで来てくれたんじゃ。わしがもてなそう。
本当に大丈夫です。そんなに長くはいませんから、そこまでする必要は。
ここがわしの夢じゃからか。
ええ、ここが。
若者よ、あまりじいさんを甘く見るでない。
Yeah, I had a feeling that he probably knew it was a dream the whole time. Especially considering that the family member who's not actually in the dream, knew that it was a dream.
邪魔のない海辺で朝から晩まで最愛の人と一緒に波の音を聞くなぞ。わしにとっては贅沢すぎる夢じゃ。年を取って初めて気づいたんじゃが、わしの本当に欲しいものはそういう平凡で静かで普通な日々じゃ。若い頃は多くの過ちを犯し、時間を無駄にしていた。年老いて機械で命を維持するようになってようやく平凡な日々の大切さに気づいた。わしは手にしてきたものと引き換えにこの偽物の夢に居続けたいと思っとる。
I mean, like, he doesn't sound like he's mad at us for this.
お嬢ちゃんたちは
more
わ
so
し
he
に
just
起
sounds
き
genuinely
ろと
curious.
言うのかい？
It's like he's wondering why he has to wake up and why he can't just stay here forever.
私たちは。
Both of them fell silent. They found it impossible to formulate an answer to such a difficult question. The silence went on until a slightly familiar yet clamorous noise resounded from afar. Wait. Okay, so this is the dream that's connected with theirs. Okay.
やだ。先に着いた人はケーキを2個食べて
Oh,
いいって
here
約
come
束したで
Rosalia
しょ。
and Lilia.
こっちに向かってるあの2人は。
I mean, I do remember, when we saw Rosalia as part of the dream, it was stated that she was unaware of a dream that was connected to hers, which would be this guy's.
ロザリオ、リリア。私たちは目覚めた時にクジラのお腹の中にいたって気づいたの。ロザリア、ロザリア。待ってリリア、まずはこの話を最後まで聞いてちょうだい。バカ、相手をちゃんと見て。セーレ、それにエルサちゃん。やっと迎えに来てくれたの。ロザリア、リリア、どうして2人はここに？
I forgot that Rosalia's known it was a dream for a while now, but she's kind of just been stuck there because of her sister, I guess.
さて、待ち人が来たみたいじゃな。ケーキを食べてお祝いしようか。
The old man bent down to retrieve two small cake boxes from a box. Two small cake. I said two small cake boxes from a box. Oh my god. The old man bent down to retrieve two small cakes from a box and smiled as he passed them to the twins, watching them gobble the cakes down. Guys, I cannot read today. I did better yesterday. She took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. But as soon as she turned around, she saw the smile on the old man's face. Did you though? I did. I like tripped up on words a couple of times. But here I'm adding words that aren't even where they should be. Cause how did I get two small cake boxes from a box? box was only mentioned once there. Oh well. The old man watches Trace's expression change incessantly from serious to hesitant, sorrowful to solemn, and then resolute. In the end, he couldn't stop himself from chuckling.
冗談はこれくらいにしておこう。元気な若者を見るとついからかってその決意を試したくなるんじゃ。どうか許しておくれ。
Okay, so I guess he already made up his mind to wake up, even if he was acting like he didn't want to. Because, like, obviously he doesn't, because it would just mean he's going back to being hooked up to a machine. But he was just being a slightly annoying old man.
この子たちを迎えに来たんじゃろ?
Yes, we're taking them home.
はい。
And we're taking you back to the hospital.
どうやらわしもそろそろ夢から目覚める時が来たようじゃな。
Although this guy kind of reminds me of that one guy from Star Rail. No, I'm sure that you would know who I'm talking about. The one that literally can't really wake up from the dream because of his physical state. Because it's yet another old man. In the golden hour.
でも
I don't know if it's like a clockwork quest or not, but yeah, there's just like a random guy that gets to. No, it's for the Robin section. Yeah. But yeah, he reminds me of that old
病
guy.
室のベッドの上に戻り
Was the
し
guy who
ばら
had
く
brown
してか
hair?
らこの世を去るじゃろう。
I think it was just one of the people that Robin and Sunny were walking around talking to before a certain fight. Because she was like learning why people wanted to stay in the dream. And then he just happened to be one of the people that she talked to. Yeah, that guy. I wonder if it's like intentional that it just happens to be another old man that doesn't want to wake up for health reasons. It's probably just a coincidence because, you know, it's not that uncommon. But it definitely makes me think about it since I have played through both parts of the games.
もしわしが
And they do
夢
make
から目
very
覚め
subtle
ようと
references
し
to
な
this
かっ
game,
た
so
ら
it wouldn't surprise me, but it
何
could
が
also
起
just be a
こるん
complete
じゃ?
coincidence.
それは
If you don't wake up, you're gonna cease to exist. The old man glanced lovingly at the Olaniavas. I had a stroke saying
わ
that,
しは
but
な
it's fine.
80年以上生きてきた。この世の新三官区の多くを味わってきたんじゃ。じゃが彼女たちは違う。若くて元気があって希望に満ちておる。
So the only reason
そ
that
ん
he's
な若
accepting
者
waking
を
up is so the twins
何
can
も
get
変わ
out.
らない夢に閉じ込めるなどあまりにも残酷じゃろう。古い命はこの世界から退場すべきじゃ。新たな命に舞台を残すためにも。
This is actually a really nice old man because he's literally sacrificing himself just so that the twins can wake up. Even if he knows that he's gonna die like shortly after waking up.
いいえ。おじいちゃん、この夢を諦めてなんて言わないわ。
Well, it has to be his decision. We can't really ask him to. God be a giver? Yep.
ほう?
私、こういう夢自体は間違ってないと思うの。間違ってるのは、人生の終点まで歩いていないのに、未来を諦める人たちよ。
Teresa, you're kind of here to wake people up. You shouldn't just let him stay here. Especially after he had the resolve to finally wake up.
私は、あなたを信じてるわ。きっとこの二人の世話をしてくれたように、他の若者たちの面倒をちゃんと見られるはず。そして、今のように、夢の外には彼らを待ってる生活があるって教えてあげて。
while I agree that it's definitely better for him to stay here, it's also kind of unfair for her to be shaking his resolve after he finally made up his mind.
そろそろ現実と向き合って人生を終わらせようと思ったんじゃが。
It's selfish? It is.
まさかまだわしらの助けを必要とする若者がおるとはの。いいじゃろう。若者たちに
Literally, Teresa knows the
年寄り
importance
の
of getting
根
everyone to
性
wake
を
up,
見
yet
せよう
she's
で
still
はな
letting
い
him
か。
stay here. Yeah, I can't really agree with her decision, but at the same time, I do kind of understand it.
わしらの人生を無駄に過ごしてはおらんぞ。
The sea of light remained silent no more. In the boundless darkness, tens of thousands of dreamlands clamored and churned like a huge beast awakening from its slumber and freely stretching its body. Oh, I just realized his face is kind of gone now. Okay. A glimmer of light broke away from the ball of lights and floated up into the darkness. A soul that faintly flickered between pink and blue lay within it. After that, more and more soared up into the air, like a scattered Milky Way vanishing before their eyes.
これはまさか地震？バカ、私たちが夢を出るんだよ。二人を安全な場所に案内するね。じゃあ、テレサちゃんは？
She has a lot more work to do.
私とゼーレにはまだ仕事が残ってるの。この夢は解体され始めたばかりで、より多くの人たちに加わってもらうにはまだまだ努力が必要なの。じゃあ私たちも一緒にやるわ。今回は私もロザリアの意見に同意するよ。
And just like that, the squad tasked with liberating the dreams grow. The Valkyries and volunteers in the dreams did their best to fight back against Spiritual Adam. But Project Sigma was not that simple. The situation is the same even for Kevin. Grandpa, you really should wake up. But as long as he's actually helping other people get out first, I guess he can take his time a little bit more. But I don't agree with him staying here forever. He definitely needs to wake up at some points, even if it means that he's still gonna die afterwards. Two of the strongest people stared at each other. They reached the limits of the human body in their respective eras, and they had undoubtedly taken completely different sides. Okay, so it's Kevin and Fuha, most likely. Yet now, there was nothing but silence. Grandpa Mayoshi? That's crazy. What is with you and old men, Noya? But yes, in this situation, Grandpa Mayoshi, he's doing his best. Logically speaking, this wasn't a normal form of silence, but how do I pronounce this? A question formed from two great forces neutralizing each other. Leaving my taste alone? No. But in reality... Okay, so it's just Durandal and Kevin. I mean, I was right about one of them. By the way, Noya, this is the real Kiana. I feel like I've told you about this before, but... we have our Kiana, the clone, and then we have the real Kiana. Okay, previously, in order to observe the civilization he reshaped, just as he'd done 1,000 years ago, the man walked alongside time and searched for dreams of the past within his own shadow. Yet, the girl in front of him was doing the opposite. She relentlessly tried to unveil the mysteries in search of the truth of the world. Perhaps because of their ambiguous differences, the two of them surprisingly took a mutually silent yet amicable attitude towards each other. I mean, she is one of your descendants. You're kind of her ancestor who's alive at the same time as her. But because of their contrasting allegiances, this silence born of a tacit understanding would never end in silence. After a long quietude, the blonde woman spoke first.
座って話しませんか？この時代の人と交流する機会はあなたにとってそう多くないでしょう。
I think he has more than enough chances to interact with someone from the current era. It's you that doesn't have the chance to interact with people from his era very often.
ある戦友は僕にこう話した。僕たちは原始人だ。洞窟の入り口に背を向け、手足を縛られ地べたに座って、後ろから照らしてくれる炎を頼りに目の前の石壁を見ることしかできない。たまに炎の光によって石壁に何かの影が見える。その影たちが僕たちの目に映る世界の全てであると。影が僕たちの全てなんだ。
それはあなたの足元にある特殊な影のことですか？
いや、これはキマイラによる現象だ。人は夢の中で自由になれるが、崩壊獣は夢の中でのみ考えることができる。キマイラはあらゆる崩壊獣の夢を集め、人類の夢の中で
I'm not gonna lie, this
その
entire
影たち
conversation
を生み
between
出
them
した。
feels so random. Especially because she's supposed to be focused on trying to help the others save the world while he's still trying to destroy it.
もしその話が単なる比喩でしたら、問題はよりシンプルになります。
何が言いたい？
フカさんはすでにその洞窟を出ています。だからあなたにだってできるはずです。
そうかもしれない。成婚計画がなければ、君たちの世界に溶け込むには決意が必要だが、難しくはない。本当に難しいのは、それをした後に全てをどう捨てるかだ。
オットーのようになりたくないんですね。
そんな必要はない。もちろん君たちにとって僕の傲慢は彼のものにも負けないだろうが。
You know, sometimes I still forget that Otto is currently dead, especially because it doesn't feel like anything has really changed since then. But also because we were just thrown into another very serious situation immediately afterwards.
何しろ最初から僕は棺桶を作る役割を担っていた。世界が滅亡していく日々の中、毎日たくさんの人が死んでいく。そして分かりやすいことに、条件さえ満たせば人々はありったけの知恵を絞り、さまざまな棺桶、墓地を作り出す。それは人類の未来に何のメリットもないが、文明のためにしなければならないことだ。成婚計画と何の違いもない。
そうかもしれません。ですがポジティブな視点で言えば、戦場に出る戦士たちは手紙を用意します。宿舎、輸送機、あるいは列車や船の中で、みんな未来に対する希望や託したいことを書くのです。
You know, this is just a random thought, but do you think her personality would be just like Kiana's if she hadn't lost her memories? Or do you think she still would have grown to be like this serious and composed?
結果がどうであろうと、
I don't know why I was just
私
like
たちが
randomly
信
thinking
念を
about
持
that
って行
because
った行為
obviously
は
the
決し
Kiana
て
that
意味
we
のないこ
know
とではありません。
is mostly carefree. And then we have her who's like composed no matter what situation she's in, so it makes you wonder if she would have been like that either way, or if she would have been more like our Kiana.
私たちは美しいもの、美しくなろうとしているもの、大事なものを守ります。ちっぽけで徒労に見えるかもしれません。しかしそれはまだ種だからです。 美しさを育む種
We
は
have to wait and see.
いつか一面の
I
花を
don't
咲か
think
せ
we
ます
have
か
a
ら。
way to wait and see, considering that she lost her memories a very, very long time ago, aka when she was a child. So, yeah.
何があっても
But if she like hadn't lost her memories back then,
あなたは最初からその中の
it
一
would
人
have
です。
been interesting if she was just like Arkiana, or if she like still ended up being like this. Because then it would have just proven that this is her actual personality, despite that. But also imagine the chaos if we had
それは
both
僕の
Kianas with the
自
exact
信
same
を超えてい
personality.
るな。少なくとももうすぐ訪れるあの戦いで僕たちは全力で相手を殺さなければならない。それは変えられない
Especially
事
because,
実
like,
で
considering how her voice sounds,
崩壊に勝つための唯一の
imagine that like the
方法だ。
carefree personality. It wouldn't suit the voice at all. So it'd be kind of funny, actually.
分かってます。何しろ
Like, Arcana's voice is like, it's high enough, for it to fit the personality. I mean, I say high enough, but it's not like too high, but I don't know if you've ever heard Kiana speak, Noya. But if you have, then you would get what I mean with it like suiting her personality, but yeah, Durandal's would definitely not.
あなたの親友である
Like, she can be carefree, just maybe not as carefree
彼は
as Arkiana.
すでにその事実を受け入れていましたから。
I know, it's just something I was randomly thinking about since, you know, they're just relaxing here and chatting while the world is kind of ending. Yeah, she doesn't have the specs for it, it's real.
そう言われてみれば確かに僕も彼も成長しているな。
I mean, she's also just accepting the fact that she's talking to her ancestor, who is alive at the same time as her. And just, she treats it like it's a normal occurrence. Nothing weird here.
言葉にしたことはありませんが、彼にとってあの時代で最も勇敢で最も強い人はあなたなのだと。あなたは私たちの前に立ち、すべてが無価値であるかのように振る舞ってきましたが、それはあなたの後ろに
Actually, do you think they even acknowledge
誰
him
もが
as her
生還できな
ancestor?
い本物の
Or
深
do
淵
they
があ
just
る
see
から
him
で
as
す。
like this villain or random person that they have to defeat?
聞くことも賭けをすることもできないあ
I
な
feel
た
like
は
it'd be kind of hard to accept him as the ancestor
最後の可変要素を
because of the fact
彼
that
に
he's alive right now. Even if he has been alive for 50,000 years.
そして私たちに託したんですよね。
そんな風に僕を肯定しなくてもいい。僕は君
Or
の
I
敵
guess
だ。
they don't question it as much
それ以
because
外の何
Fuha
者
has
で
been
もない。
alive for the same amount of time. So they already have some experience in dealing with people that old.
分かっています。だから正々堂々とあなたを殺す。
Actually, wait. They kind of have to deal with a lot of people that are a lot older than they look because after I said that, I remembered Otto and Sushing are also a lot older than they seem to be. God, this game has so many old people.
もっと正確に言えば、
I mean, not
あな
really
たの
a
象
lot of
徴であ
old
るそ
people,
の
but
概念を殺す機会があれば、
yeah, it's so weird. Like, if you don't think about it, you can easily accept it, but once you start thinking about it, it becomes kind of weird.
私と仲間たちは決して迷ったりしません。
それでいい。
Facing this man who is frozen in time reminded her of a classic monologue by a certain playwright. He was the noblest Roman of them all. All the conspirators save only he. Did that they did an envy of great Caesar. He only, in a general honest thoughts, and common good to all, made one of them. His life was gentle, the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man.
ヘクトールは 王国が陥落することを知っていて、アキレウスも自分が死に向かっていることを理解した。しかし、二人は後ろを振り返ることなく戦場に向かった。
I'm still wondering what she's doing here talking to him though. Because like I said earlier, this entire conversation just seems so random.
私たちの神話を用い、あなたはそういった偶話を残しました。
Also, wasn't he just on the moon like a little while ago? I guess last stream, but it hasn't been that long since then.
まさか、最初からこの決戦を予想していたんですか？
いや、そうなってほしいと望んでいただけだ。
They went a dream world? Yeah, but last stream he was literally on the moon. Grandpa's granddaughter duck. Hello, welcome to stream. Glad to have you here. He paused, but did not continue his words, and so the girl replied again.
私たちはキアナを、
Honestly,
あら
who
ゆる
doesn't believe
人
in
類
Kiana
の
at
力
this
者を
point?
信じています。もちろん、別の角度で言えば、あなたのことも信じています。
面白い。
As it was said, Kevin Kaslana was a name that was bound to be questioned and criticized. The power he possessed was at a height that no one could reach, but even such power wasn't reliable enough in the face of finality. He was once the leader of humanity, yet now he had pushed humanity to the brink of extinction with his own hands. His contributions and crimes were almost impossible to judge. Crazy how fast things change, real. Also, thank you for the posture check, I appreciate it. There we go. Much better. No shrimp backs. But there was one thing that no one had ever denied. No matter how he lived or how he might die, Kevin Kaslana was a name that would always be human.
別れの時間だ。最後のカスラナによろしく伝えておいてくれ。
ええ、そうします。さようなら、最初のカスラナ。
The man walked away once he finished. As he turned around, that figure no longer belonged to the first Kazana, but to the last Honkai. Truthfully speaking, to communicate with another as a human was an unexpected gift to this man. But that could not change anything, especially the project he'd taken on since a long time ago. Everything also remained the same for the girl who stayed. As she composed herself with deep breaths, the girl attempted to awaken something that had long become one with her. The plan she sought to bring to fruition was similarly resistant to all external influences. And when this conversation between Kazlanas eventually turned into a conversation between warriors again, just like when they first met, she should hold her weapon tight. I can wield a blade as my weapon because only I can break it with my own hands. The man once made this judgment, but if he could see the girl now, clearly he would face a different answer. I can wield a blade as my weapon because I've become one with it. Regardless, the name Durandal held two meanings as well. As for the other beside the girl herself, it represented power capable of splitting the continent. And thus, she ascertained a certain truth. Alright, so we've cleared yet another section. Yippee! Dreams were as fragile as bubbles. So, when this project of dreams took a turn, everyone felt nervous.
皆様、ごきげんよう。
I was
こち
expecting
ら
us
は
to be
リ
missing more
タロ
pieces
ス
of
バイ
it.
ス。
Like, I
これ
thought
よ
the
り
head would be completely
第
gone
8
by
次状
now.
況報告を開始いたします。バルキリーたちが奮闘し続けた結果、聖婚計画が作り上げた夢の集合体はすでにぐらつき始めています。長光様の計算からすると、現在の状態であれば夢の塊はおそらく35日後に 少々お待ちください。新たな資料がアップされたようです。申し訳ございません。先ほど共有させていただいた情報に間違いがございました。デュランダル様が先ほどケビン・カスラナの本体から取った現在のモデルを基準に計算すると、夢の塊の解体はケビンさんの影によって補修されてしまうことが分かりました。
I mean, its head is back, which is technically really, really bad news for us, but it looks friendly.
すでに閉じ込められている人の夢を拡張した夢の塊から薄めた夢の塊へと導いたとはいえ、ケビンさんの影は全く違う存在のようです。
待って、全く違う存在って何よ。長光を呼びなさい。はっきりと説明してもらうわ。
やっぱりテスラ先輩なら焦ると思ったわ。
あんたも聞いてたのね。
Yeah, of course she was listening.
じゃあ早く説明しなさい。一体どういうことなの？
簡単に言うと、ケビン本人は知らないかもしれないけど、彼に支配された終焉の力は崩壊獣のやり方で夢の塊を補修してるの。具体的に言うと、意識的もしくは無意識的に人類の夢に崩壊獣の夢を植え付けてるってことよ。
はい？
崩壊獣は夢を通して考える。みんなもこの情報を知ってるわよね。
ちょっと、それはただの比喩じゃないの？
確かにその通りよ。でもその表現なら今のケビンが夢の塊に与えてる影響も説明がつくの。人類の考え方はメームを共有することではなく物語を作ること。それは私たちが夢の塊を破る根本的な理由に。
Honestly, I'm kind of wondering how they're going to turn this around since Kevin is kind of undoing all of their hard work, even if he doesn't mean to.
しかし崩壊獣にとってメームはその全てで、精魂覚醒者の物事をつなぐ天性のように、それがあるから崩壊獣は精魂計画にとって天然の接着剤になった。そして想像とは完全に無関係だから、精魂覚醒者に対するような力の導きは崩壊獣に使えない。とにかく具体的な技術はみんなに送っておいたから確認してみて。
つまり僕たちの行動に問題はないが、それでも効率が悪いってことかい？
一体何なの？あのキマイラってやつ、邪魔ばかりしてくれるじゃない。
しかし、そういった状況ならテレサ様の夢食いの能力に頼ることはできないのでしょうか。
I mean, really, the only thing you can do is tell her to work faster, but even then it might not be enough.
理論上問題はないが、おそらく効き目はほとんどないだろう。
もうあと一歩だっていうのに。
The expression she made at this moment was extremely rare for Rita, who always claimed to be a maid. Elegance isn't innate after all, it's a technique. Its basic requirement is the calm restraint of emotions. But the possibility she thought of now was too ridiculous, so much so that it was like the ravings of a child. Power of finality, dreamlands, shadows, and cocoon. If you neglected their complicated backgrounds and considered them literally, she recalled the confident boasting she heard in a bubble universe back when she was 17 years old. This is a grand project. It's almost flawless. It just lacks an executor. Become the breaker of the world. The nature of what we want to do is the same. We're merely expanding on our target of destruction to the world. Guys, I can't read.
夢でも実物があるように扱えるなら、影という存在は
Just as how a T symmetry and geometry can change the location of its target from outside the circle to the inside of it.
ちょっと
I mean, I guess she's figured stuff out, so that's good. Honestly, I'll take any options at this point, because clearly the one that we were hoping would work can't anymore, for obvious reasons. The same irritable voice brought the maid back from her thoughts. Considering the professionalism of the two professors, she decided to tell them about the ridiculous possibility. A supposition might seem absolutely absurd in the beginning. They were well aware of that.
実は少しリスクのある策を思いつきました。
I mean,
技
even
術
if it's
的に
risky,
可
it's
能
better
か
than
どうか
nothing.
は分かりませんが。
もう可能かどうかは話してみないとわからないでしょ。早くしなさい。今はアイデアが一番足りてないの。
The desperate Dr. Tesla would never have imagined that their judgment would entirely change the passive attitude humanity had against the power of finality. Of course, it still required the help of different people with different types of powers. If one was to describe this plan in the most representative manner, only those with morals can love and hate. Those who pursue morality can do no wrong.
本当に全然違
Hey,
うね。
Sushing. We haven't seen her in a while. At Mount Taijuan, far away from Anti-Entropy HQ, the woman had a better view of the aggregation's weakening than the others after she returned.
やっぱり賑やかな方がいいよね。
Unlike her experience while liberating the land, her descent from the sky even scared some children. This place was no longer so desolate due to previous efforts. Despite her desire to slowly enjoy the scenery here like a tourist, the heroic woman's footsteps didn't stop for even a moment. She knew how important this visit was for that risky plan.
お寿司様は確信してたみたいだけど、式の律者は本当にここにいるのかな？
Hello? Okay.
こんに
Okay,
ちは。
it's just
式の律
Sensi.
者。
I was wondering who it was from a distance.
何？私のことを歓迎してないの？
なんであなたを歓迎しなければならないの？ここは。
でも、ここはお寿司様の家だよ。それに、言われたんだ。
もういい。とりあえず勝負しよう。
Why do I have to fight her?
はい？
何？あなたはコウコをよく知ってるはずでしょ？
No, but what does
ま
fighting you have to
さ
do
わ
with
から
saving the
ない
world?
の？
コウコでも、喧嘩にはきちんとした理由がないと。
I just got here and you already want to fight me.
私は意識の律者だよ。あなたの言いたいことなんてすでに見破ってる。わかった？
あんた、機嫌が悪いんだね。
うるさい。やるの？やらないの？
Can you tell me what they've got the zoomies? Oh my god, of course. But what does she hope to gain from fighting me right now? Like, is this gonna do anything to save the world? Or is it just her wanting to fight?
そこまで言われたら、私だって手加減しないよ。
But we don't know her reasoning.
無常自在も一番だし、リスション。
I guess we're just not gonna question it because it's Sensi we're talking about.
あの両層の実力の何割を持ってるか見てあげるよ。
変身の道を感じなさい。
She needs some normalcy. I don't think anything about her is normal. Also, why couldn't Star Wars Sushin be as cool as this one? I was talking about this with Yukino earlier. Cause this Sushin is so cool compared to the Star Wars one.
楽勝。
Okay, I win, I guess.
悪くない。あなたの技は確かに本物だね。
あんた、満足したの？
そんなわけないでしょ。
Oh my god.
私を説得するために来たんだよね。
I don't think Senti is ever satisfied though.
それだけで満足するわけないじゃない。
これは
She's
別に
just a
説得じ
chaos
ゃないよ。
gremlin.
私が言いたいのは、この世界が直面してる危機。
はあ？そんなの別に私には関係ないでしょ。
Sensei, don't you want to make everyone owe you for your help?
あなたのお祖師様に手伝ってもらえばいいじゃない。私は何度も助けたんだから、次は彼女の番だっていいでしょ。
お祖師様にはすべきことがある。でもその前に、
we kind of need your HERRSCHER powers, I guess.
この世界には絶対にあんたが必要なの。式の律者。
それ誰に教わったの？キアナ？それともゼーレ？
ううん、テスラ博士とアインシュタイン博士。
Whoops. I did not mean to do that. I meant to press space.
それとお祖師様だよ。
She did not have to respond to that request. Actually, even if the HERRSCHER always followed her heart, and she only did things she pleased, but that merely meant she wasn't concerned with trivialities, not that she wasn't intelligent. After they confronted Kevin together on the moon, the HERRSCHER of Sentience did contemplate her unreasonable experiences. Due to her own uniqueness, Product Sigma didn't affect her at all, and it was obvious that she didn't care about humanity's future. But what if she did it all just for Fuha?
あの僕年人がそんなこと言うわけないでしょ。
And she's back to calling her old timer. That's fine. See, she would never admit it.
まあいい。僕年人には一つ借りがある。ずっと借りたままなんてごめんだ。はいはい、わかった。話してみて。せいぜい最後まで助けるだけで別に大したことじゃないんでしょ。
And so, her personality seemingly also became her destiny. I mean, I guess we should be happy enough that she's helping a little bit. Although she's gonna hold it over everyone's heads without a... What the heck? Guys, I think my game might be glitching over there. There's no way that's supposed to be happening, right? Yeah, that's not normal. We're gonna ignore that.
Eden.
After extremely careful observation, the man finally determined that the scene before him was no coincidence. Just like how even a monkey could quote Shakespeare, no dream weaved by the 7 billion wills would be strange enough to warrant his time and thoughts.
しかしここは寄せ集めでできた偶然ではなく、確かに古の楽園だ。
Right after he came to this conclusion, the man shook his head and rejected it. The aggregation of dreams was not omnipotent, and the beauty it weaved together required existing materials for its foundation. But whether it's right in May, Hua, or Klein, every witness of the Elysian realm was not in a dream. In other words, there was only one possibility behind the scene before his eyes now. The man looked around once more. He seemed intent on finding some kind of flaw to prove against the observed possibility. But to no avail.
つまり、今この瞬間、僕自身が夢を見ているのか。
A dose of his own medicine. Obviously, someone was trying to do that unto him. But he was Chimera's incarnation. No dream could touch the power of finality he possessed. Are we playing tag? It was like backing away from us. There was a planet with no atmosphere in the dreams of Honkai beasts. There were no seasons there, and the dark soil constantly burned under the hot sun. Finality served no purpose there. Everlasting death consumed the entire planet. Hello, are you gonna back away too? Yep. But unfortunately, it backed itself into a wall. Quite literally. There was a planet shrouded by acid clouds in the dreams of Honkai beasts. There, a day felt like a year, and beyond the clouds, the sun rose from the west and set from the east. Finality had long finished his work there. Everlasting death consumed the entire planet. Okay, where's my next one? Upstairs. Hello? Oh, this one's not backing away. It's just staring and bumping into me. There was a planet where crimson sand filled the sky in the dreams of Honkai beasts. There, 2 moons hung in the sky, and one shone brighter than Venus. Finality had stalled there. The sparse level universes are the final echoes of civilization. Alright. This one's just not moving at all compared to the others. Oh. Okay.
くだらない。
Well, time to go back and interact with them. And there was a gas giant with beautiful light in the dreams of Honkai beasts. One of its satellites remained dormant in its cradle, waiting for the light and warmth to bestow light upon it. Guys, I had a stroke when trying to say bestow. That is tragic. It's okay, I'll be able to read a sentence properly one of these days. There were 2 ice giants with unending blizzards in the dreams of Honkai beasts. The enchanting pastel blue, the captivating cerulean blue, cruel in its beauty just like the galaxy. I guess we'll interact with this one. We can't just ignore it since it's there. There was a gas giant with complex patterns in the dreams of Honkai beasts. One of its satellites was damaged by tidal force and lava constantly spewed on its surface, covering the planet in sulfur. Alright, and we're back to this one.
出てこい。式の律者。
At least we weren't, you know, flung back this time. Okay, so I guess we get to fight Senzi. That will be fun.
キマイラの源を判然してもらおうと全力で崩壊獣の夢を動かしたのに結局あなたは少し遠回りしただけ。
厳密に言えば崩壊獣は意識体ではない。
そう言われてみると確かに珍しいこともありました。崩壊獣は夢を通して考えると聞きましたが本当なんですね。
崩壊獣は律者の手足であり眉の感覚器官でもある。その夢には太陽系に対する終焉の思考も含まれている。
つまり終焉は本当に宇宙から来たんですか？
少なくとも夢を見る限り月に降下するまでに奴は太陽系の他の惑星を訪れている。地球はその最後の訪ね先なのかもしれない。
なるほど、すごいですね。それなら
She's totally pretending to be amazed there. Oh my god. Sensi is just being Sensi as usual.
そのキマイラの力を私たちに分けてもらえませんか？
君にできるならせいぜい奪えばいい。しかし結局のところ君たちは僕に力の施しを請うべきではない。それは担えない責任となるだけだ。
Okay, but what if we don't want you to give your power to all of us? Maybe just a few of us.
はあ、そうなると思いましたよ。いいでしょう。どうしても戦いたいなら始めましょうか。
君は僕にかなわないと分かった。
何か忘れてません？ここは夢、つまり意識の空間です。
Okay, so that just means that she can cheat whenever she wants.
もう以前とは違いますよ。
As long as she thinks she can win, she can probably win. Oh, I can't really say I have a lot of experience fighting as her, so I'll do my best.
君の志はその程度なのか。
出しました。痛くも痒くもありません。弱すぎ。
追いつけろ。
はあ。大挙の剣。やっはっとはっ。
Guys, I swear I'm doing my best to win, even if I'm not doing too much damage. But at least my health is fine, so that's definitely an improvement. Because normally by now I'd be a lot lower.
弱すぎ。
君の志はその程度。
And of course I'm stuck in the ice again. There we go. I love her expressions when she's attacking. She just looks so unserious. Okay, it looks like the battle's over. Away from the HERRSCHER of Sentient's battlefield, at a place far from the influence of dreams. Okay, so we're back in this place. After an emergency communication, the Overseer started to assimilate all the misinformation. Even when she walked through dreams, she was often worried about everything going on elsewhere. After all, in that risky yet crucial plan, the first executor was too unstable.
状況はどうなってるの？ゼイレ曰く、式の律者の領域はすでにケビンのキマイラと接触してます。戦闘はもう始まってるかもしれません。リタ、他の人たちの状況は？
デュランダル様はすでに位置につきました。キアナさん、メイさん、ブローニャさんもいつでも出撃できます。本当の機会を手に入れられるかどうかは式の律者次第です。もっと正確に言うと彼女の根性次第かもしれません。
でも伝説の聖剣があるとしてもどうやってケビンの影を切り取るんですか？
Silly, you just need to have some faith. Just believe it's gonna work out and everything's gonna be fine.
この計画を思いついたきっかけはゼーレさんの経験と直接的な関係があるんですよ。
Through the power of Celia, everything's gonna be totally fine.
ケビンの影は実はキマイラの一種の具現。ケビンさんの体内で融合した全ての崩壊獣によって作られた共通の夢です。そしてゼーレさんがくれたひらめきとはもちろんもう一人のゼーレさんのことを指しています。月で一時的に連絡ができなくなってしまったんですよね。
はい。つまりケビンの影を切り取る行為はあのウサギがもう一人の私を一時的に引き離したことに似ているんですね。
ええ。そしてその大前提として終焉の力そのものを揺るがす必要があります。
You know, I think it's kind of funny that even after Dark Celia picked her name, normal Celia still just calls her the other me.
私が
Even though she literally has a name now.
切り離せるかと口にしたとき、ケビンさんが引き起こした特殊現象に何かをしても意味がないとテスラ博士は言いました。いわゆるキマイラと終焉の力は今強い力で結ばれています。後から来た私たちがその中でメリットを手にしたければ、まず終焉の力を揺るがし、その結び目を緩くする必要があります。それができて初めて今話した案が成功する可能性が生まれます。
でも式の律者が単独でケビンに挑む、それはこの計画最大の可変要素でしょ。
Well, isn't she just there to stall and potentially weaken him?
ええ、ですが
You know, just
テレ
giving
サ
them
様
a bit
は
more time to prepare
私
for
たち
everything
の
else?
計画をもっと
I
信
don't
じ
know.
てもいいと思います。
Clearly she's there for a reason, and I'm sure she's having a lot of fun fighting.
何はともあれ、テスラ博士はこう言いました。納得できないわ。ケビンにできるなら私たちにだってできるでしょ。
わかったわ。でも式の律者とケビンの戦況を観測する方法はないのかしら。
HERRSCHER sentients always refuse to give up on things. But at that moment, all she could feel was fear. This shouldn't be the case. This body of hers, equivalent to a vessel of sentience, was made for destruction. Like many of her comrades, even if she did not have a similar will, she had an exceptional talent. A talent for slaughter. That's because she is a chaos gremlin. You know, it's how she is. But this was the problem. If she was born as a hunter, where did this fear come from?
楽にしてくれ、フワ。これ以上、君が自分を傷つけないようにした。ただそれだけだ。そこまで無理をする必要はない。
No, she kind of has to push herself for the sake of the plan.
何のために時間を稼いでいるのかは知らないが、それが君の限界だ。
これはまた、こんなことありえるの？
I mean, hopefully she stalled him long enough,
大口を
but
叩か
we'll
ないで
see.
ください。意識の空間で意識の律者に勝てるとでも？
前例があると君は知っているはずだ。
いいでしょう。やりましょう。
You know, his current outfit still makes absolutely no sense to me, but at least the horns look kind of cool.
結局のところ、あなたのベースは融合戦士。僕年人と同じです。本当に律者に勝てるとでも思ってるんですか？
律者。
For some reason, he spoke as though he was absorbed in a bygone memory. But he was not like a certain comrade in arms from the past, with a habit of being calculative.
君が何をかけたのかはわからないが、全力を尽くして君の武芸を全て見せるといい。
はい？
彼女の記憶だったものもあるが、今の君は紛れもなく彼女よりずっと多くのものを持っている。僕は彼女に過ぎ去った時代にふさわしい墓石を選んでほしいと言った。だから今回は最初から全力で君の器を見せるといい。式の律者。
That just makes it sound like he wants to keep fighting, honestly. Like, sir, don't you have better things to do? We're not really opposed to keeping you here a little bit longer, for the sake of the plan, but it seems like he really doesn't care how long he spends here.
そうして初めて僕は君を殺す直前に手加減をすることができる。
全力ですって？私にそこまでさせる人はまだ生まれてきてませんよ。
チレ。
弱すぎ。弱すぎ。
Okay, I wonder how long this fight's gonna take. Because clearly I'm not gonna die, right, guys? It'll be fine. I'm doing my best here. I'll live as long as I can. Oh, I was kind of stuck in some ice. That wasn't very fun. But I could be doing way worse. Even if he's kind of a lot harder to fight right now, I could be doing worse.
私は全てを変えます。
Why am I sliding?
ここまで
That
か。
was weird.
逃げ道はない。
彼女にはまだ力が残っているはずだが。都政の羽か。
不正解です。これは本物の完全な律者の剣、廃墟の剣。
I mean, at least she's not giving up as easily as she could have. But then again, it is Senzi, so I don't think anyone would ever expect her to give up. Anyways, a crack appeared on Diabolical's horn. In the distant past, he traded his ability to dream for discipline, rendering fending down useless against him. In other words, this was true damage.
僕が君の立場なら、そういった特殊さを一度きりの奇襲に使ったりはしない。
あなたには関係ないでしょ。それに今よりもっといい使い方があるとでも。あなたを屈服させるのは大変です
Don't
ね。
perish now, you're so close. It's okay, I did fine. I don't know if the battle's completely over or not, or if we just have the random dialogue, but we'll see.
つまり、君は彼女。
But don't you agree that his outfit makes absolutely no sense? Like, sir, what were you thinking with this?
不可とのつながりを切ったのか。でなければ、君はそれほどの力を出せないはずだ。
Just the weirdest outfit I've ever seen.
確かに僕年人のことは好きじゃないけど、あの鎖は彼女が切ったんですよ。彼女の孫弟子が教えてくれなかったら、私自身も知りま
I
せんで
feel
し
like
た。
this is gonna be another time where, even up until his final moments, I'm gonna be making fun of his outfit, considering that that's what was going on with Otto.
どう
If
で
you
す
guys remember.
この力は本物で完全無欠。羽化するかどうかもそんなに重要じゃないでしょ。
なるほど。誰かが大巨山で第8の神の鍵のコアを見つけ、君の居場所にしたのか。しかし状況はどうあれ、今の君は完全な式の律者というより、意識のある神の鍵と言った方が正しいだろう。
神の鍵なのはそっちでしょ。
I'm actually surprised that she's not more upset about being called a divine key.
とにかく勝てるかどうかは別として、私をどうにかすることはできないと言ったはずです。今なら理解できますよね。
確かに今まで負荷に頼らざるを得ない状況だった君の力には明確な上限があった。しかし今はコアが不滅である限り、意識として僕と戦う君を完全に消す方法はない。そして君が時間を稼ぎたいということは、鍵となるコアも僕がすぐには壊せない場所に保管されているんだろう。
分かったならそれでいいんです。おとなしく降参。
残念ながらそれでも君は僕の相手にならない。具体的な数はわからないが、この夢の中には君が力を放つ時の媒介となる羽のようなものが無数に存在しているんだろう。その羽を全部消すとなると、それこそ時間を稼ぎたいという君の目的が達成されてしまう。
だからいっそのこと、
式の律者、君はある可能性を見落としているようだ。
I mean, she's just here to fight, so I'm sure there's a lot that she overlooked.
もし一撃でその羽を全部消せる者がいるとしたら。
何？
今の君が不滅で不死だというのなら、式の律者。
Who needs law? Definitely not Senzi.
感じてみるといい。ゴーマの全力を。
That wasn't even your full power. Well, actually, yeah. I never expected him to use his full power. But actually, doesn't it say a lot that he's using his full power in a fight against one person right now? And this isn't even the final fight? Oh god. Oh, I healed myself? Okay, nice. But I'm like doing no damage to him. Kevin, you're kind of really annoying right now. Can you like let me win? Also, isn't he wasting his time using his full power right now? But I guess who needs to bother with that when you're as strong as he is? It just changes nothing even if he uses it right now.
いいでしょう。付き合ってあげます。
Also, it took me a little bit to realize that she like does a thumbs down when she does that one attack in this one. I never actually paid attention to her hand before then, only the expression. Oh god, guys, we're not doing so good. We've gotten rid of like 2 health bars, and there's still 4 left. But it's okay. At least we're not dead. Not being dead is a very good thing. God, imagine how much harder this fight would be with the controller. Oh my god. Jump scare. Hold on, guys. I don't like pausing in the middle of fights, but I have to get this done. Hold on, just give me a minute. If I don't do this now, I'm gonna forget completely. But also, I apologize to anyone who might have been jump scared from the first like second of my alarm. Okay, there we go. At least my phone cooperated for once. Okay, let me get chat pulled back up. There we go. Alarm goes burr. Yep. It's okay, we get the alarm jump scare almost every stream. Oh god, wait, my health. Sensi, heal yourself. Sensi, please, we're doing so well. Heal yourself. You've done it several times before. Do it again. No, this is not the end. Excuse you? By the way, guys, I am incapable of moving there, so I had no choice but to be attacked. Okay, but I almost defeated you. I think I did good enough.
もっとわかりやすく言ってくれません？
君は律者だ。しかし、崩壊の代わりに破壊するという意志はない。だから君にとって、これは本能と無関係だ。僕の敵は崩壊のみ。しかし崩壊の消失により、君の立場が奪われることはない。だから君にとって、これは存亡と無関係だ。確かに君は人の律者と呼べるかもしれないが、自我を超えるような理念を持っていない。だから君にとってこれは信念と無関係だ。
それがあなたにとっての分かりやすくですか？
結局のところ、君が見せたあらゆる執念や切り札は負荷が君の中に残した痕跡でしかない。
あなたには関係ありません。それともあなたはあのハイヘビに感化されて詩人にでもなりたくなったんですか？
時間を無駄にしていると気づいただけだ。
I mean, you are wasting your time, but it works out for us.
僕が精神の
You
ア
know,
ダ
the
ム
more
に
time
入
that
った
he
のは
wastes, the less he can do
僕
to
な
end
り
the
の目
world.
的があってのこと。
影
So I think Sensi probably slowed him long enough for them to get some good stuff done over there. Because we just needed to keep him like out of their way, I think. Anyway, she could not help but recall the fear she had felt just before. Just as she had shown respect to Dr. May, perhaps that too was an instinct that was imprinted on her through memory. And also, the thing that was most likely to make her fight against herself.
うるさい。その手には乗りません。私は喧嘩しに来たんです。
Yep, there we go. No thoughts, head empty, just combat.
人
That's
と
all
し
that
ての振る
matters.
舞い方なんてどうでもいい。
She did not have time to finish her sentence. Indeed, compared to most people, this HERRSCHER seemed very independent and dismissive of the preaching of others. But the person she was facing happened to be the type who preferred action to words. Up from the weapon named Madav and Onuru rose a flare that a normal person could not directly look at. It rose high up, wrapping around the space that belonged to the HERRSCHER of sentience. From the start of the battle, the man had not made a move of this magnitude. He had become determined to finish this, and for him, it was easy enough to measure both of their strengths. The form that took the blow had no time to even utter a cry of surprise before it dissolved into nothing. Other than not truly dying, this HERRSCHER had indeed lost everything. Well, rest in peace, Sensi. With a look of disdain, the man quietly extinguished the flame he had lit. Just like his interest in the fight against her earlier. He thought that measuring her power against the HERRSCHER of humans would prove his time here slightly more meaningful. But the result disappointed him. Is it because she's not as cool as Alasia? He has no interest because she's not as cool as Alasia. But something tells me that Sensi hasn't actually given up yet, considering that this kid's backing up. She might not have a form anymore, but she's still
何度も
messing
言っ
with
たで
him.
しょ。意識の空間で意識の律者をどうにかできるとでもまだ終わってませんよ。
Yippee! At least Sensi is totally fine now. You see, it wouldn't be that easy to defeat her, especially in the mind space.
なるほど。その羽たちは都政への羽の媒介ではなく、君が夢から借りた力だったのか。
ようやくわかりましたよ。みんながあなたを強者だというのに、誰もあなたを聡明だと褒めない理由が。
Is she calling him dumb?
確かに僕はもっと早く気づくべきだった。
She understands why they praise his strength, but she doesn't
今の
understand
君
why
の
they
本
praise his
質が
intelligence.
神の
So
鍵
she
のよう
literally
な
just
も
thinks
の
he's
なら、
dumb.
そういう力を持っていてもおかしくはない。
Only then did this man realize that although this girl in front of him was often regarded as a child due to her childish disposition, she was born as a HERRSCHER, an envoy of annihilation and a psychic of immeasurable destructive power.
君は夢を怪我してそれを自分の力にしたんだろう。
その通りです。手札が尽きた？冗談じゃない。意識の空間にいる私の手札はあなたが作ったすべてです。かかってきなさい、ケビン。あなたにすべてを壊す力があるとでも？
四季の律者、僕を刺激する必要はない。
Consciously or not, the man looked at the shadow behind himself.
君は人類によって構築された夢で僕の攻撃を防いできたが、その夢は実質的なダメージを一度も受けていない。その一部がダメージを受けきれなくなった時、君は他の部分が代わりになるように回転させていた。だから僕が君を倒すたびに 君に余裕を感じていたのか。しかし夢たちが君を守った時、君も夢たちを守っていた。
別に彼らのことは気にしてません。ただ、
Yeah, that's always something
公
that
平
Cynthia
が
would
一番
say.
大事だって思っているだ
I
け
mean,
です。
obviously she doesn't care about any of them, because all she cares about is fighting, but she does care about things being fair, somewhat.
でなければ、今の私が体すら持っていないような状況になるわけないでしょ。
どうやら君の目的は果たせそうだ、四季の律者。その戦術は確かに尋常ではない。弱点はあるが、僕がそれを見つけることはまずないだろう。回転が行われた瞬間に君を一撃で倒せるような隙は存在しているが、君は意識を熟知している。僕がその隙を見つけようとしても予想以上に時間がかかるはずだ。
I mean, it seems like he's finally acknowledging her at least a little bit.
考えすぎです。机上の空論では四季の律者を倒せませんよ。
He's definitely not interested in spending more time here, but it seems like he is somewhat acknowledging her, which is kind of cool.
では君はその結果を知っているのか。君が夢を回転させられたとしても、君が夢を自分の一部に変えていることも事実だ。君たちが精神のアダムを逆転させることができなかったら、夢は君に対して永遠に影響を与え続ける。それにこの戦いの時間が君の予想を上回った場合、たとえ1万人の意志だけでも君の5000年の記憶とバランスを保てるだろう。その時君は完全に違う人間になるかもしれない。
だったら何ですか。
僕を引き止めるためだけにそんな代価を払うなど少し。
誰が代価だって言ったんです。今まではあなたの言う通りでした。律者として生まれたことも、牧年人の影響を振り切ることができないのも仕方のないことです。鎖が切れたとしても。だからこの状況が続いたら私は何者でもなくなるのでしょう。あなたが言った話は本当に代価として成り立つと思います？
君は自分の意志でなりたい人間になる。僕の言う代価は君からしたら一つの形に過ぎないのか。
もうあなたがバカなのかどうかわからなくなりましたよ。でもあまり傲慢にならないでください。
I mean, technically the
この
fight should have
戦い
ended a
は
long
そう
time
長
ago,
くは
but
続かないかもしれま
thankfully
せ
it
ん
was
が、
just Senti that he's been fighting and not anyone else.
私の攻撃が本当に効いてないと思ってるんですか。隙を見つける前に夢の中で先に倒れるのはあなたですよ、ケビン。
構わない。僕は気にしない。というよりこの戦いがずっと続けばいいと思っている。
I thought he wanted to end as quickly as possible because he wasn't interested in dealing with her.
もう気が狂ったんですか。こっちはまだ始めていないんですよ。
正直に言うと僕がここに入ったのは市場があったからだ。
I mean, at least he's being honest, I guess. I don't know.
だから今日君が見たのは成婚計画の執行者ではなく、
だから
かつての時代の第8律者はケビンと縁がある。それは彼が人間ではないものになった始まりだ。第8律者の能力が再び使われた時、人類としての市場も含めそのものを長く蹂躙することも厭わ
I
ない。
guess so he's back in this form. Honestly, he could just, keep his other outfit but still use his form. There was no battle that could end in an instant. Even death required process of varied duration to bring eternal silence. But it is not the same for victory and defeat. Similarly, ever since the man first swung his sword, the winner of this battle had already been decided. Even though she'd already known that she was no match for him, the unfathomable difference between them seized her heart. She did her best. However, she could only achieve darkness in defeat. That didn't matter. Human life was defined as such. She merely used a special way to feel his emotions that originally belonged to ordinary people.
夢の中なのに彼との差がここまで大きいなんて。いえ、そんなわけ。
君に2回目の投稿を許そう。
The man had the right to speak this way. Clearly, the domain that had once belonged to the HERRSCHER of sentience could no longer be found. It was obvious that she was the first to falter in this battle.
絶対に無理。
For some reason, she did not face Kevin when she shouted. Instead, she turned her head to the sky like a defiant child.
私一人でこいつをボコボコにしてやる。
However, just like in the past, the man is not interested in responding to his opponent's yelling at all. He has no interest in her whatsoever. He stepped forward slowly, resolved to end everything. Even if that end is only temporary for the HERRSCHER in front of him.
あなた、わかったわかった。言う通りにするから。
It sounded like the HERRSCHER of sentience was finally willing to accept Kevin's suggestion to surrender again. But in the blink of an eye, the man, relying on his instincts cultivated from battles, turned around and held his weapon up. This unexpected exchange of blows brought a belated explanation for the man's earlier doubts. Oh, knock him flat myself. When these words were uttered by the HERRSCHER of sentience, she had turned to the sky because those words were not meant for Kevin. The words were meant for the reinforcements she was not willing to accept.
デュランダル。
すみません。今のあなたの相手は私です。
Yet another
君な
opponent
ら
he doesn't seem to want to fight
夢の中で僕と
because
戦
he has
う
better
つ
things
も
to
りは
do.
ないと思っていたんだが、やめるように指揮の律者を説得してくれるなら、僕もここで君たちを追撃したりしない。結局のところ、
Okay, now
君
we're
たちの
finally
必
doing
要
the
としてい
tiniest
る
bit
も
of
のを
damage.
僕は持っていない。それが終焉の力だとしても、君たちは僕を通して探すべきではない。
ケビン、あなたは何かを誤解しているようです。
Journal, I hope you
確か
know
に
that you're not
私はあな
doing
たと
any
戦
damage
う
to
つもり
him.
はありません。
Even since he's
あな
doing
たの
better.
影に興味を持っているだけです。
影なるほど。この夢の中にあるキマイラの投影のことか。君の聖剣がそれを切り取ることができたとしても、そういう無限包容は
Are we gonna switch one of her stronger forms, or are we gonna keep doing this amount of damage the entire time? There we go. Although we're still not doing much. We are actually doing slightly better now, so that's good. But he does still have another full phase, even when he's completed this one. Okay, so this time we don't get dialogue between phases. I guess that's kind of a good thing because we get to just keep the battle going.
れで破滅するがいい。
軍勢よ、ここに集まれ。やっ
時間はここで止まる。
Kevin, can you let me win? I'm doing my best here. Yeah, that's not how it works in the real world. But I'm doing my best in this fight, so it'd be cool if I won. You got this. I'll do my best. I got stuck in ice for a second. And I didn't even get to complete the fight. That's crazy. There was no doubt that up against the first Kazlana, the one who held the power of finality, the girl of Galactica could do no more. Even Kevin himself, when facing finality, did not have a glorious battle record. His strongest strike 50,000 years ago only exchanged for an opportunity for a handful of people, let alone attain victory. The girl's action now seemed similar, but if there must be a comparison of how similar their situations were, it was impossible to ignore a difference. Their weapons. For example, when the HERRSCHER of sentience recalled Kevin's strike, all she could think of were the flames that cover the sky. The key of destruction, judgment of Shamash, even with his strength, the man still had to rely on a weapon that he had made his final stand. But now, it's not the same for the girl. Many years ago, she had already obtained a weapon that was no less powerful than the Divine Key, a holy blade called Durandal. But why had she, in the face of a strong enemy, deliberately chosen to use the astral harness and not use her own killer skill? This question had also crossed the man's mind before, but he did not care. And when he finally knew the truth, it was too late.
これはまた予想外で理屈通りの展開だ。
Why does he have to be so composed all the time? It'd be nice if he sounded surprised at least once. Clearly, for both parties, this battle had been at a stalemate for way too long. However, when it finally came down to this moment, according to a certain plan, the reinforcement truly responsible for temporarily ending this battle had finally joined the fray. Not allowed, it would ruin his bad boy persona, his cool and edgy energy. Oh my god. But what if we catch him off guard once? Just once. Even if it's just for a split second. To herself and to Kevin, the form she took now was familiar yet contemptible. When she first used this power, it made her betray herself and trampled all in sight. Kevin was the only witness to this. And thus, he knew better than anyone else just how unwilling she is to use this. Okay, so we have this. Power known as Active Honkai Reaction. I've seen this form a few times, but not too much actually.
自分の全てをかけて必死になる必要はない。
God, I remember when I first started playing this game and I saw like a bunch of fuhas everywhere, and I was wondering what was up with that, but even after playing the game for 43 weeks, I'm still wondering what's up with all the fuhas. My questions have not been answered, and I still don't like fuha. Sensi is the only one that I'm okay with. But that's because she's so different from the normal fuha, because technically she is her own person. Just, you know, looking like her and sounding like her. The holy blade that should have appeared in the hands of his successor took on a different look, and instead it was held in the hands of this old friend in front of him. From the time the HERRSCHER of sentience appeared to challenge him, their plan had been put into motion, and at this moment, they finally reached their goal. With a weapon that no one expected her to use, this girl dealt a blazing blow with the power of active Honkai reaction, cutting something away from Kevin. That thing in her hand turned into a torch. It burned fiercely and was full of vitality.
全てをかけているわけではありません。ケビン、かつてあなたは自分の全てをかけて未来のために半日の時間を稼いでくれました。今度は 私が同じ役目を果たしただけです。
I still want him to be surprised at least once. I know that he's like so composed all the time, but it would be nice if he was genuinely surprised for more than like half a second. You know, if he was surprised long enough to actually react to it. 50,000 years. When expressed as a number, its sheer length becomes difficult to grasp. Yet some said every story on this planet could be measured by 3 years. Whether someone could be your friend or lover for life, a moment could be remembered, a venture could succeed. Everything could be tested in 3 years. 50,000 years was long enough for these life-changing moments to occur 16,000 times. And the two worlds separated by this time span would be entirely different. The people of the ancient age faced a strange world that the people of today could not understand. They followed strange rules in their daily life. One must above all pardon these unhappy souls who chose to go on a pilgrimage on foot, who walk along the shore, and who look without understanding. Upon the horror of struggle, I don't know what's going on here, and the deep sorrow of the vanquished. I mean, at least we don't have to fight in this hallway. There was no doubt that the girl was the winner now, but just like the people of this era, she felt nothing but fear in her heart. The reason was simple. They knew that all victories were temporary. Not yet, anyways. I don't want to fight as Fuha, she's weak, especially in this form. Just like the girl's situation now. With extreme caution, the girl recalled a bitter battle earlier and started to take stock of her injuries. Before, she was surrounded by numerous monsters in this abandoned research facility. Or at least, it seemed abandoned. And the remains next to her indicated the current progress of the battle. However, the girl could still recall this shadowy existence whose appearance was difficult to make out, and the fear that she felt before lingered.
いいえ、戦いはまだ終わっていません。より強い敵がまだ近くにいます。あまりにも恐ろしい敵ですね。このまま放っておくわけにはいきません。
It'll be fine.
崩壊は
Yep, hello. I can easily defeat you.
消し去ってみせます。
There we go, battle's over. For now, at least.
気配から察するに、もうすぐ出口に着くようですね。急がなければ。ケビン。
Hey, Kevin.
さっき感じた力は、ケビンのものなんですか？
君なのか、フワ。
崩壊は、必ず、消し去ってみせます。
フワ、僕だ。ケビンだ。
That doesn't sound like Kevin.
崩壊。
It sounds too nice to be Kevin.
気をつけろ。
Guys, I don't know about you, but I think this might be an imposter.
Hmm. あの副作用がなぜまた現れているのかはわからないが、すまないフワ。今の君を止めるにはこうするしかない。
It'll be fine. I'm gonna win this fight, even though technically I should be losing since it's kind of Fuha going out of control, but it'll be fine. Yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of fighting as Fuha, but I guess I have to get used to it for battles like this. My health isn't doing the best, but at least it's still slightly above half. Kevin, either defeat me already or let me win. Oh god, wait, my health. Wait, maybe let me win, Kevin. I know there's 4 scars left, but let me win. You have an unfair advantage, you're too powerful. And there goes the sliding. Well, battle's over.
楽にしてくれ、フワ。これ以上、君が自分を傷つけないようにした。ただそれだけだ。心配ない。ここからは、メイが全てを解決する。君は決して怪物ではない。今も、この先もだ。
To the girl, that past events ended this way. When she woke again, she was submerged in a life support chamber. She could only feel the pain in her torso and did not even have the strength to open her eyes. She only learned the truth of what happened a long time after.
つまり、何があっても、今後はあの力を使ってはいけないということですね。
その通りよ。ただ一つ例外があるの。あなた以外の火を追うがたちが全滅した時よ。でももしそうなってしまったら、使うかどうかなんて些細な問題でしかないわね。
それで、これは一体何が。
まだ確かなことは言えない。でも最もあり得るのは、戒律と類似した特性を持つ心音があなたの体に影響を与えた際に予想外の変化が起こった。もしかしたらそれはあなた自身の執念が引き起こしたのかもしれないわね。崩壊を消滅させることはあなたにとって選択じゃなくて、ほぼ逆らえないある種の本能になっているの。でも融合戦士はもともと崩壊の力を借りて生まれた存在だから、もし自身を掌握する気を緩めてしまったら、あなたは本能に刺激され、崩壊にまつわるあらゆる存在を思うがままに破壊し尽くすでしょう。もちろん仲間とあなた自身もその中に含まれるはずよ。無理して使えば残される結末はただ一つのみ。周囲の全てを滅ぼした後は自身を敵視し、迷うことなく攻撃を仕掛けるの。彼らの再生能力から考えれば、あなたは重傷を負っても素早く回復できるはず。つまりあなたは永遠にそのループへと陥るの。
The girl could not retort. The memories of the past flooded back to her once again. She resorted to using active Honkai reaction for the first time, not so long ago. It did destroy a large number of enemies, but it also brought destruction that could not be tolerated. That's right. That research facility was not abandoned, but destroyed by her, its guardian. And the most powerful monster she'd been chasing was herself. Because of this coincidental accident, nobody else had ever seen how she looked when she used active Honkai reaction. And for the moths who heard of this incident, they were perhaps interested in checking the archives, but about that figure. Even as the strongest, Kevin also went through active Honkai reaction to tame that figure. All they learned was a name. Garuda. In the spiritual atom, the battle between the girls and the wielder of finality continued, and they had achieved victory temporarily. Just as in the previous brief encounter, the absence of Sora made it impossible for this figure to appear in the world again.
ふわ
At this moment, the man still spoke from habit and called her by this familiar name. Even though he knew as he uttered that name that the person before him was completely different from who she was in the past.
四季の律者天元のものその全てが目くらましだったということか。
四季の律者は本気で劣ることなく正面から渡り合えると考えていたかもしれません。でもあなたを倒すことが私たちの目的ではありません。もちろんそれを果たす力も持ち合わせていません。
These words from her seemed ironic. After all, just earlier she had used the power of active Honkai reaction to make the surrounding space an uncanny chaos with just one blow.
全力を尽くしても私にできるのはあなたに宿った終焉の力を揺らすことだけです。
何しろ狙いは僕ではなかった。
As he said that, the man turned his gaze to the torchlight in Fua's hand. He saw through its appearance and knew its true form. It was an object that had always been with him.
そういうことか。幾度の試みを重ね凡俗の手段を使ってでも終焉の力に挑んできたのはただ僕の影を手に入れるため。道理で天元の者は全力を使わなかったのか。デュランダルは自分の武器を君に貸したんだな。
ええ。たとえ人為的崩落の力でも空間そのものには歯が立ちません。彼らが与えてくれた力ももちろん欠かせませんが、形なきものを切り落とすのであれば聖剣のような力も同じく重要な役割を持っています。
君もそれを聖剣と呼ぶのか。
Hearing a different name for that weapon reminded him of the time when he heard it was created. Before his successor ended up drifting the Sea of Kwanzaa and learned to harness its power, it was another ambitious creation of the moths. Guys, I'll be able to read someday, but today is not that day, which is what I have to say every time, because it will never be that day. I can just cope though. In its complete form, it could even cut through space itself. It had deviated from the original goal of manipulating microscopic particles further than it had from its name. The same could be said for many things after 50,000 years, and he was no exception.
スターアンカーが僕をターゲットにしていると判断しかわそうとした瞬間、君はそれを使って僕の影を一部切り取った。しかしもっと意外だったのは君がそれの本質を知っていることだ。
You know, for someone who was truly surprised, he really doesn't sound surprised at all. As the man said, that shadow behind him, surging with hundreds of beasts, was also seen by a certain agent of the World Serpent recently. But other than a cry of horror, she could not learn anything about the nature of that shadow.
そうですね。何しろこういうことは私の得意分野ではありません。このことにおいて私はあなたのよく知っているフアと比べてそう変わっていません。その影があなたと分裂することで松明になるだなんて予想外でした。でもこの時代には同じように天才的な頭脳を持った人たちがいます。
I mean, geniuses kind of exist in literally every era.
たとえバラバラな情報であっても欠点を見抜くことができます。そうすることで私もあなたが支払った代価を知ることができました。ケビン、終焉の力を支配することは 見せているほど楽なものではありませんね。彼女たちは最初、その影を成婚計画を実行した後に生まれたあなた自身の夢の具現だと思っていました。しかし、それはありえないことだと私は知っています。戒律の存在によって、あなたは数万年も前に夢を見るという客観視する能力を失っています。
それがどうした？
ですので、ただの推測かもしれませんが、自身が終焉の律者であることを否定している以上、
I don't know
可
if
能
that
性
picked
は
up on
十
the
分
mic,
にあ
but
ります。
Riku woke up and just started meowing. I kind of forgot that he was in my room because he's been so quiet for the past 3.5 hours.
あなたが今置かれている状況は、おそらく私が心音を持った状態で人為的崩落を使った時の結末と大して変わらないのでしょう。何らかの方法で終焉の力を手にしても、律者ではない以上、あなた自身も普通の人たちと同じくそれを受け止めきれない。つまりその力はあなたの肉体を少しずつ破壊していく。そしてキマイラの最終的な産物である以上、体内にも同じくカルラの因子があるはず。それゆえにあなたの体は、言い方を変えれば、あなたと融合した貝の崩壊獣が常に破壊され、同時に絶え間なく再生しているような状態に陥っている。
You know, it's kind of weird to hear that he was fused with only a low-class Honkai beast instead of like higher-class ones, especially considering how overpowered he is.
いわゆる影とは、簒奪者であるあなたのムクロ。それはその崩壊獣たちの最後の夢でもあるのです。それと私が感知してたように、それは終焉の眉による本物の権能がもたらす追撃すらも受けてます。実際にこの瞬間も、私が必死に人為的崩落の姿を維持しなければ、一瞬でその力に跡形もなく消されるでしょう。ケビン、確かにあなたは嘘をついていませんが、あなたは曖昧な表現で自分の現状を巧妙に隠していました。今この時点で人間としての基本的な感情と知能を維持できているだけで十分奇跡と言えます。
どうやら先ほどの自己評価はいささか謙遜しすぎたようだ。
ということは図星ですね。
人類という種が支払った代価から考えれば語るに足りないものだ。そうなると今この時に僕と決着をつける以外に他の選択肢も用意していると。
ええ、そういう眉からの追撃は確かに恐ろしいものですが、それを遡ってたどっていけば、そしてそれはあなたから終焉の力を奪い取る機会でもあります。そう考えれば、その事実がもたらす可能性は以前の私たちが考えていた状況よりよっぽどマシです。
ここまでするとは確かに素晴らしい。不破、君があの子たちをそれほど信頼している理由は何だ？
I mean, she's confident in them because they've proven themselves capable. So she actually has a reason to have faith in them.
例えば君が僕のようにその力を一時的に引き受けられるかどうかについては、それを手にするまでおそらく確信できないだろう。
ええ。でもケビン、 彼女たちはただの子供ではなく、一つの時代なんです。その事実に関して、彼女たちとあなたに違いはありません。それに、戦場で律者たちと戦った私たちと比べて、年齢もそう変わりません。
こんな醜い勝利でも、かつての日々で全力を尽くして得たものだと君は知っている。少しでも間違いが生じれば全てをやり直す必要がある。僕たちには3度目の機会などもう訪れはしない。彼女たちがより揺るぎない姿で僕を乗り越えない限り、僕は君たち全員の終焉であり続ける。
ケビン、あなたも私も全文明の人間たちは衝動的になりがちだったのかもしれません。ですが、私たちが情に流されることは一度もありません。
つまり、
I'm not gonna
君た
lie,
ちは
I'm
チャ
kind
ン
of
スを
wondering
求め
why
てい
they
るの
had
で
such
は
a
なく、
calm conversation when they could be
勝て
fighting.
ると見込んでいるのか。
Like she showed up, snatched part of his shadow, and now they're just talking. I mean, they could talk while fighting, that would work, pretty well. Cause I mean, either way we are stalling him, so I guess it's fine, but... The girl gave no answer. She must not in any form let Kevin realize the whole of their plan. After all, even if Kevin was lenient, he was still capable of extinguishing the fire before it could spread. Their insistence on absolutes... I can't read. Their insistence on absolutes, ironically, led them to the same destination.
それでいい。何はどうあれ、この長い一日もそろそろ。
ケビン、
君の言う通りだ。僕たちは情に流されはしない。君と戦いたくはないが、影を再び取り戻せるのなら僕はそうする。
It
先
sounds
の一
kind
戦
of weird
は
to hear
君た
someone
ちの
saying
勝
that
ち
they
だ。
would fight someone to get a shadow back.
もし君と共にその影をここで殺
Unlike
してしまえ
everyone
ば
else, he does not have a normal
話は
shadow.
別だが。
あなたなら知っているはずです。
初めから僕たちは生死をめぐって争っているわけではない。
He keeps meowing in the background.
僕は結果のみを重んじる。君たちが自分たちにできると信じているなら、その結末を僕の前まで持ってくるといい。
Out of habit, the man looked up and gazed afar in search of the moon, despite being inside the spiritual atom. Everything started here, and everything would end here. The man had that premonition. But he also
た
said,
とえ未来を変えられなくても、私はその結果にたどり着くまでの過程を自分で決めたい。
Riku. Hi, come here. Come over here instead of meowing at nothing.
かつての彼女はそう言った。だが僕にはできない。それは君たちが何を試そうとしているかを気にしない理由でもある。
I mean, you also don't seem to care about anything.
どう始まったか、どう進んだかなど関係なく、どう終わるかは僕がこの手で決める。
テレサさん、心の準備はできてるだろう。例えば自分の手で全てを決めるとか。
いいえ、正直に言って自分の方法なら必ず夢の主を現実に戻せるって誰も保証できないし、だから計画がうまくいくよう 私もちょっと強めな準備をしておくわ。
夢を飲み込む
Hold on,
ビシュ
guys.
ヌ
Let
の
me let
力を
Rico
使う
out.
のかい？
He keeps meowing at the door now. Alright, I'm back.
そうよ。
I'm not gonna lie, this section of the game is going on a lot longer than I thought it would.
初めて聖魂空間に入った時に自分の夢を飲み込んだの。
Especially considering we didn't even start from the beginning of this section. Because we went through part of it last time.
もし収集がつかなくなったら目覚めたくない人たちの夢を躊躇なく飲み込むわ。人類の心と歴史の中に入ったからにはその未来のために責任を負わなければならない。それに少なくともエネルギーで夢を爆発させるよりはずっと安全よ。
思うがままにやりなさい、テレサ。他人を導くことはできる。でも代わりに歩むことはできないとはいえ、無条件で誰か一人のわがままに付き合う義務なんてないわ。どちらにせよ、この全ての結果は人類が背負わなければならない歴史と未来になる。だからテレサ、あんたはあんた自身を信じればいいの。
ありがとう。もし必要であれば私は誰かを代表して選択するわ。そう言ったけれどその時が永遠に来ないことを私は願ってる。
Fortunately, the fellow human she visited did not let her down. After breaking through several layers of dreams, the cloud of apprehension that loomed over her heart dissipated.
不可たちなら必ず成功するわ。
Yeah, they'll be fine. We just need to have some hope.
リタの計画によるとみんなは何とかしてケビンから影のかけらを奪取するはず。その後私はキマイラと同じ源を持つビシュヌの力で影にいる崩壊獣の残務を飲み込み終焉の眉の本当の場所を探す。
A distant voice pierced the space and interrupted her diffused musings.
ちょっとあなたたちぼーっとしてる場合じゃない
Hi,
でしょ。
Senji.
式の律者、あなたたちは成功したの？
もちろん。私を誰だと思ってるの？ちゃんと受け取って。
A flame rose from the void and landed in Teresa's arms. It danced about silently, appearing bright and harmless. However, at the core of the flame, there was a cold and distorted force that, like countless formless blades, pierced her skin and bones. It seemed as if her soul was being churned up and dissolved into the same void as the dream.
これが本当の終焉の力なの？テレサ学園長？テレサ学園長、どうしたんですか？
バカ、彼女に触っちゃダメ。知りたいわけ？うかつに近づいたら私たちもあの力に同化してしまうわよ。
でもゼーレン、心配しないで。大丈夫よ。
Yep, she was just experiencing the true power of finality.
そうよね。不可も式の律者もあのケビンでさえも同じ苦しみを味わったはず。だったら私もきっと
Wait, is that why Kevin doesn't react to anything? Because he's just like constantly in pain. He just can't afford to focus on anything else.
これぐらいなんともない。ケビンの全力の一撃とは比べ物にならないでしょ。今の世代の人ってば全く。待って違う。あなたたち気をつけて。
What do you mean something's wrong? Violent noises broke out from all around them. In an instant, Celia and Teresa were surrounded by Honkai beasts. Alright, it's combat time.
そっちに行ったの？しつこいな。
Oh, they're...
一体どういうこと？
あいつらはその
Wow, I did
炎
not
目当てで来
expect
たんだ。
that one hit to take so much
3
health,
人で
but
手分
it's
けして行
fine.
動して振り切ったと思ったら、まさかあなたたちのところへ行ったとは。
Okay, we just need to protect the flame and, you know, not die.
ゼーレ、今こいつらを倒せるのは。
そうだ、周りの崩壊獣を早く倒さないと、その炎の塊はあいつらの夢でいっぱいになって消えてしまうかもってネゲントロピーの2人が言ってた。
そういう大事なことは次は早く言ってちょうだい。でもますます多くなってきています。
It'll be okay. I'm still strong enough to take care of this. It's fine.
なんちゃら眉の場所を見つけるって言ってたでしょ。それならその炎を消させないでよ。
もういい。ゼール、早く私に代わって。
That's bright. It's fine though.
本当に命知らずよね。まるで雨上がりのアリのように愚かでちっぽけで嘆かわしい。来れば来るほど死んでいくだけだっていうのにテレサに一歩も近寄らせないわよ。全部消えなさい。
Victory? Yippee! Meanwhile, Teresa held tightly with the flame burning I can't read. With the flame burning silently before her chest. No matter how the flame licked her bones and spirit, she didn't let go. Even so, the flame gradually dimmed.
どうしよう。崩壊獣は四方八方から絶えず襲ってきてる。ガラス瓶の中に入ってる放っておかれたろうそくのように、このままじゃいつか炎は消えてしまう。もし私の力がもっと強ければ一気に飲み込むことができるはず。
As if Vishnu that grew by devouring, she must first ingest to increase her strength. And these imaginary scraps were not easy to digest. The complete Vishnu of the legends might be different, but as Teresa, she was unable to regain strength by battling.
もっと強くなりたい。ちょっとだけでも。
Silver speckles of light suddenly gathered around her hands.
ここは一般人の夢。
Back in the Sigma space, she devoured her multi-layered dream at once and thus obtained the power to escape from dreams. And now, countless sweet dreams were floating around her hands. Teresa finally realized that the space with countless human dreams was a vast sea of treasures for her.
結局こうしなければならないのね。
After going in circles, fate placed a decision that she had hesitated to make at the beginning back in her hands. As she had promised before, she finally had to choose between the ideal and the future for humanity. And ironically, what she now needed to, could and must devour were not these stubborn elements that prevented the dream cluster from disintegrating, but the most mundane dreams of ordinary people. Schools, parks, stadiums, daily necessities, game consoles, and electric guitars. The dreams made no sound, as if they were waiting for Teresa to decide their fates. Hi, 10. Thank you for not blocking the screen, ma'am.
私の手にあるのは人類の未来。人類最後の希望になるかもしれない。これは彼女たちが命がけで手に入れてくれた唯一のチャンス。 絶対無駄にはしたりしない。
She made her decision in an instant.
ゼーレ、ちょっと手伝ってちょうだい。テレサ学園長。
As if realizing what Teresa was to do, the stigma sphere returned to the body to Quantum's daughter.
覚えているわ。ここに入ったばかりの時に試したように、あなたには夢を感知して引き寄せる力があるでしょ。それならもっと多くの夢を引き寄せることはできる。つまり全ての夢を崩壊獣の出現範囲から離れたところへ。持っていけってことですか？でもそれじゃ学園長が一人でどんどん湧いてくる崩壊獣と対峙することになってしまいます。
I mean, she's saying this because she believes that everything's gonna work out just fine. So, Celia, just have some faith in her.
それに学園長の力は確か。大丈夫。夢の干渉さえなければあいつらくらい全て倒せるわ。説明している暇はないの。ゼーレ、私を信じて。知ってるわ。あなたならできるって。はい。テレサ学園長、任せてください。
Dreamlands? I can't read. Dreamlands flitted like gloating fireflies and receded with the girl's figure.
それじゃあ、私が代わりに前線に出るわ。ゼーレ。
Yippee! Battle time! Although I'm not very confident in her chances of survival because of right now, like just with the way that she was walking.
やっぱりやっ
I
て
don't
くれ
think
たの
the
ね。
things are gonna go completely well
こ
for
れ
her.
で夢を飲み込んで強くなることはできない。飲み込む対象を失ったから。生死の瀬戸際で臆病な決断をするよりも今の方がマシでしょ。
What did she dodge by twirling? What the heck, Teresa? Yeah, I have concerns because the health is already low.
すべての人を守るなんて本当に難しいことよね。私は力も心も強くない。ふさわしいリーダーでもなければ立派な戦士とも言えない。人類が運命の十字路に立たされた時、
There we go.
私は
Oh, there's still more. Okay.
誰も傷つけたくはないし、彼らの全てを救うこともできない。そして私はただためらうばかりで
Okay, are you the last
前
one?
に進めない。
Or there's still more after you?
でも
There's still more, of course.
無理やりの決断、それもまた決断よね。そうでしょ。誰一人諦めたりはしない。誰一人代価にしたりはしない。それはテレサである。天命の司教である私の決断だから。最後の手を使う時が来た。この炎は消えたりはしない。自分の力でここの残滓を排除してみせる。血騎士月光制限解除。私の骨を、私の血と肉をすべてあなたの糧にしなさい。
That phrasing just sounds ominous.
ビシュヌ。
それで現地の住民に反対されて任務を中止したの？
わからないやつらよね、愚民が。
そんなこと言わないで。眼識のない一般人にとって天命の偉大な事業は理解しにくいのよ。司教様も言ってたじゃない、一般人には寛容にって。あら、こんにちはテレサ様。
こんにちはアガサ。
テレサ様、人違いですよ。私、
ごめんなさい。 それぞれに違う名前があって違う顔をしているのに、言ってることとしてることはみんな同じ。まさか本当におじいさまが言ったように、みんなはただ他人の歴史を繰り返してるだけなの？まるで私のように。
ここの夜景綺麗ね。
どうして？
What do you mean why? People can find things beautiful, even if not everyone agrees.
窓からこぼれる光は綺麗だと思わない？
それは一般的な蛍光灯でしょ。明度も低いし飾りも華麗なものじゃない。天命本部の照明とは全然比べ物にならないわ。
でもその光が暖かいのよ。一つの光は一つの家庭を表してる。光の主人は誰？どんな物語があるの？誰かを待ってるのかしら。そんなことを思うと、この夜景が守られて本当に嬉しいのよ。
説教は終わりました？
You know, something tells
外で
me
作戦に
society
参
would
加
have
する
brought
より
someone
疲れた
just
わ。
for Valesia.
あの子たちったら安心できる子が一人もいなくて。
若いですからね。元気があるのもわからなくはないんですけど。
あなたの考え方が羨ましいわ。毎日あの子たちと知恵比べをしてたら、疲れて死ぬか噴死するかのどっちかになっちゃいそう。
あら、先月の始業式ではこうおっしゃってたじゃないですか。バルキリーたちが死と隣り合わせて戦っているのは、一般人が自由に生きていくためって。
あの子たちは一般人じゃないでしょ。
違うんですか？はいはい、落ち着いてください。私たちの優しい学園長。
Kiyoko, maybe
一緒に
don't
一杯
encourage people
い
to
かが
drink
で
with
す
you,
か？
considering that you drink too much as it is. In the hazy dream, the past appeared and disappeared in bursts, like the starlight on the sea. Trace's mind was like a boat on the sea, drifting aimlessly in the abyss of the spiritual world.
あの時の私は何を考えていたのかしら。よく覚えてないわ。だってあの時より私はだいぶ変わったもの。あの子たちのおかげだわ。あの子たちがこの世界のことをもう一度教えてくれた。他の人と同じようでいて同じじゃないってことを知った。私ったら何を考えてるのかしら。本当に死んじゃうわけでもないのに。
The flames stopped dancing and burned silently. Trace could clearly feel the burning warmth, and the bone-piercing cold stopped disturbing her mind. At some point, she started to feel her limbs again.
終わったの。でも完全な人為的崩落を経験した後だもの。私も今までの姿じゃなくなってるはずよね。
Did she finally grow up?
帰ったらリタたちは私だってわかるかしら。どうやら過ちを犯さない良い司教になることは簡単じゃないようね。
After much hesitation, Teresa slowly opened her eyes. Did she grow up? Oh. She did not see the sharp claws she had been expecting. She saw a pair of hands belonging to a girl whose fingers were slender and whose nails were round, like all teenagers approaching adulthood. She had seen this scene countless times in dreams, but had never thought that she'd finally fulfill a wish that had long been buried in memories in the scene.
私が大人に
The girl forgotten by fate, the gift forgotten by fate returned to her in such a surprising form after she had forgotten it for decades. Even at this time of crisis, she wanted to cry and laugh at the same time.
これもまた
みんなの祝福なのかしら。
One moment, guys. Let me let 10 out. There we go, I'm back. The howling of Honkai bees came from far away once more.
来なさい。何度でも。何も残らないように飲み込んであげるわ。私は。テレサ・アポカリプス。天命の大司教よ。この距離なら大丈夫だよね。テレサ学園長の方はどうなってるのかな。
She's gonna return and
良くない
see
状況かもしれないわ
Teresa
ね。
and be very confused.
どうしたの？
Hi, Miss Dawn.
私のこと覚えてないのかしら？
のこのこと姿を現すなんてね。いいわ。今度は骨の髄まで染み込むほどの恐怖を味わわせてあげる。
相変わらず短気なのね。
ゼーレ、彼女は？前に連絡が取れない状態になったことを覚えてる？
Yeah, and we already know it's because of her.
つまり、それが彼女の仕業だったの？心配しないで、ゼーレ。もうすぐ彼女は自分のしたことを後悔することになるから。
The woman who had returned the name Hair looked at the two who tensed up at the sight of her and smiled helplessly. She felt that she still lacked the ability to make friends.
あなたたちの今の気持ちはわかるわ。私はみんなのことをあまり分かってなくて、過ちを犯してしまった。でも、今はそんなことを話してる場合じゃないのかもしれないわ。
So, is she gonna join us in saving the world instead of helping end it?
あなたの仲間が危険な目に遭ってるかもしれないわよ。
テレサ学園長？ちょっと、テレサに何をしたの？
She said friends plural, not singular.
あら、誤解よ。
So she's very likely referring to, Bronya, Kiana, and May.
私はただの関係ない通りすがりだもの。何もしてないし、あなたたちに協力するつもりもないわ。
We're the ones fighting Kevin. But at the same time, we haven't seen the other three in a while now.
でも、あなたたちが聞きたい情報をちょうど知ってたりするわね。
変な小細工を考えない方がいいわよ。
本当に何も考えてないわ。私が知ってる限りでは、この夢の迷宮であなたたちを助けられる人がちょうど一人いると思うの。
If it's a gray serpent, I'm not interested.
どうかしら？再び夢に入って探してみる？もし信じてくれたら嬉しいわ。
Miss Dawn, you're not very good at coming across as innocent. Your wording just makes you sound so suspicious.
だって私
Especially
は誠
this.
実な人だもの。
They're not gonna trust you if you keep talking like this.
それじゃあまたね。
あなた。
誤解しないで。本当はただこういう世界には長居できないだけなの。
Hair smiled and her body gradually blurred, ultimately becoming a dreamlike glow that vanished before Seilei's eyes. Just like when she appeared. The world began in chaos. In the chaotic dreamland, the girl slept in chaos. Countless silk thin threads were scattered around her, their tender touches evoking her thoughts. There was a complete story in each thread, cycling as the clock went. From the girl on the battleship at dusk to the origin and finality under the starry sky. This was how everything existed in the pseudo-time crystal. In the haziness of her thoughts, she heard someone calling.
誰？そこにいるのは。また未来を見てしまったの。
Is this what I think it is? You know, another HERRSCHER who hasn't appeared just yet, but technically has. The blurry figure turned sideways towards her, lips moving slightly as if telling her something.
あなたは誰？何を伝えようとしてるの？
I'm pretty sure I know what's going on here. As if aware of the girl's state, the figure shook their head and then faded out of focus.
待って、せめて顔だけでも。ここはどこ？何があったの？
After temporary confusion, she came to her senses and remembered everything that had happened before she was caged in the dream.
だから今は逆に自分の夢の中にいるってこと？そうだよね。疑似時間結晶から生まれた私の行動の仕方はまるで人間が夢を見ているようなものなんだから。だから私を夢に閉じ込めても新しい夢は見れない。だって私はただの物語の記録者で創造者ではないから。それよりここから脱出する方法を早く見つけよう。メイちゃんたちはどうなったのかな。でも私がこの前見た未来だと彼女たちは無事脱出してるはず。違う。何かとても大事なことを忘れてるような気がする。
If you forgot it, then it probably wasn't that important to begin with.
暗い。このままじゃ何も見えない。どうやって脱出すればいいの？
Oh, let's go ahead and light up the surroundings. There we go, much better.
何？誰が偶然かな？やっぱり早く出口を探そう。
Oh, this looks kind of weird.
私の夢ってこんな風になってるんだ。
I don't think I like your dream. It's kind of creepy.
これは
Why does it look like this? If my dream looked like this, I'd be very concerned. Excuse me, I took one step. No, let me go.
どうして？
Oh, it's gone.
よし、続けて進もう。
What the heck? This is a very, very strange dream.
私の存在に関わる物語がないからかな。本当に悲しい発見だね。
Oh, it's gone again.
おかしいね。こっちも阻まれてるなんて。あれ？どういうこと？
Why is it getting dark? I am so confused. This is the weirdest dream I've ever seen. Yeah, because that's not suspicious at all. Yeah, sure, let's go to this random door that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It is literally calling us to it.
ダメ。全然心当たりがない。
I mean, I made it there, but let's go ahead and give a hint. What the heck? This feels like when Sanji was doing stuff for us.
なんでここに崩壊獣がいるのかな。ここは私の夢じゃなかったの。まあいい、考えてる余裕なんてないよね。まずは戦おう。
What are the chances that this is Senji? Destroy the Honkai beasts. Well, it would either be Senji or Miston.
一体誰？まあいいや。それより引き続き出口を探そう。どっちへ進もうかな。
Down? Because I wanted to go there, but I guess we're going right.
なんだか妙な直感が働いたかも。
Yep, we're going forward.
これはまるで誰かが直接意識に話しかけてるみたい。
Okay, we'll just keep going forward. It'll be fine. Just trust me.
この先が出口。ありがとう。さっきからずっと案
She's
内
not
し
even
てくれてる
questioning
よ
who it
ね。
might be. Just, okay, thanks for the help. I appreciate it.
あなたはずっと私たちのことを見てる。そうでしょ。わかりやすいヒントだったしね。私の存在のあり方は特別だから、この世界の異常をより感じやすくなってるの。それで、あなたが時間なの？
Time? It seems like our understanding of time is a little different.
私が見たのは、あなたの目に映る物語だよね。誕生した瞬間から、私の目に映る世界は、並行する無数の時間に切り分けられてる。果てのない時間の中で、私は数えきれないほどの過去と未来を経験して、数えきれないほどの似たような物語を見届けてきた。物語はそれぞれ違い、長いものも短いものもあった。あるものは月下美人のようにすぐに消えたし、唯一変わってないのは、私が注目してきた、ずっと見守ってきた物語の未来なんだ。最近になってようやく分かったの。こういう時間は誰かのためだけに存在するって。一人の人間が加わるたびに物語に新しい輪廻が生まれる。その人は私と同じく物語の一部始終を見届け、より遠い未来を見てみたいと思ってる。その人が選択するたびに物語は少しずつ書き換えられて、その人だけの表情を見せる。それはあなたなの？あるいはあなたたちなの？
I guess you can put it that way.
やっぱりね。こんにちは。時間の起点と終点。すべての
Why
物語
is
の
she
起
just
源。
so accepting of whatever's going on right now?
まさかあなたたちとこんな形で会えるなんて。
Well, actually, considering what her existence is, I guess it makes sense that she's not too surprised by this.
今まではずっと物語の見届け人として数えきれないほどの過去と未来の可能性の間をさまよってきた。でもそういった全ての生存者に会えるなんて思ってもみなかったよ。本当に感動できるシーンだよね。そして今あなたたちがここに現れたってことは、私が見たあの未来はもう手の届く場所にある。そうだよね。
Yep, you're right. The future you saw is within reach. Although, to me, you're the creator. But I guess it's about relative perspective. You should witness the ending together with them, or I want to witness the ending together with them. I want to witness it.
彼女たちの物語を見たら、見て見ぬふりをする人なんていないって知ってたよ。だって、それは長くて美しい物語だからね。何も知らなかった少女は、つまずきながらも
数えきれないほどの笑顔と涙を経験して、やがて頼もしいバルキリーになっていった。お疲れ様、よくやったねって言ってあげたいでしょ。そしてこう伝えたい。
This is the story you all created. Or this is the story we created. We created the story.
そうだね。
I want to be included too. I am totally part of the team.
どうやら私はやっぱりあなたのために生まれた命みたい。ありがとう。あなたと一緒にいた長い物語もやっと思い出せたよ。
At the end of the long and winding road appeared a light, like a guide in a foggy dream. In her hazy thoughts, she heard an echo of the future again. But unlike before, the mechanical girl knew where this echo came from. She knew that as long as that person reached out to her, time will synchronize again, be it for that person or for herself. And so, she fervently grabbed that ray of light. As gently as she could, she gripped the person's wrist.
ありがとう。今度はあなたが私を案内する番だよね。
あなたはあの時漁師の海にいた。
どいて、あなたは何者なの？
Not even who are you, but what are you? She just knows that she's not human.
もう一人のゼーレに今のあなた。はじめまして。あなたの勘は鋭かったよ。私がここに属さないって気づいたなんて。でも心配しないで。悪意はないんだ。私に呼びかけるあなたたちに気づいたから、ここに現れることができたの。そしてあなたたちの呼びかけのおかげで、私は夢の檻から解放されたんだ。だから恩返しとして喜んで助けてあげる。
あ、そうだ、テレサ学園長が。
問題ないよ。彼女のすべてを夢で見たから。
Yep, including the fact that she finally got to grow up. So congrats, Teresa. You finally don't look like a child.
彼女は大丈夫。でも確かに助けが必要だと思う。さあ、一緒に彼女がまだクリアしてないことをやり遂げよう。
The space in front of them seemed distorted and abstract, like a dissolving soap bubble.
怖がらないで。これはちょっとした移動技術だよ。ただ、虚数空間でしか力を発揮できないから、あなたたちの役にはあんまり立てないんだ。
As everything before them returned to normal, they were back in the space where they had parted ways with Teresa. The aggressive Honkai beasts were nowhere to be seen, and a small figure lay nearby.
テレサ学園長。
Celia rushed forward and helped the weakened girl up from the ground.
大丈夫。気を失ってるだけよ。
A faint flame was dancing quietly at her chest. Even while unconscious, Teresa had her arms slightly folded, carefully protecting the flame in front of her chest. Although it had become as weak as a candle flame, it still burned steadily, as if it would never be extinguished.
お疲れ様、テレサちゃん。
So is she back to looking like a child, or is she still
私たち
grown
に
up?
任せて。
Mechanical girl held her hand out to the flame. The moment she touched the flame, several faint glows floated away from behind Teresa. They were human dreamlands that Celia could not take away, and they were left behind.
力尽きても、あなたは人間たちの夢を守ってたんだね。本当によかった。あなたはやり遂げたよ。たとえ彼らがこういった全てを感じ取れなくても、本能は、未来への憧れは、やがてこの世界に彼らが私に授けたこの力のように。
Yippee! Oh, that was loud. The shadow in her hand started burning fiercely, almost bright enough to illuminate the entire dream space. Meanwhile, at the Salt Lake base, I feel like we haven't had that text in ages. The surveillance instruments let out a loud roar, and the usually organized laboratory is thrown into chaos.
ロサ頭成し遂げたわよ。早く虚数空間にいるキアナたちに連絡を取って。終焉の眉の座標が分かったわ。
Okay, so I can once again say yippee, because we located it. Through the countless samsaras, humans had found the cocoon's whereabouts for the first time. Those passive existences who looked upon the world from a higher dimension. What would they think of this unprecedented change? But rather than those intangible existences...
もしもし？聞こえてる？ずっと待機してたお子ちゃまたち。
Hi, Senzi. An edited voice suddenly sat in their heads and instantly lifted their winning spirits. They had taken turns to deal with the waves of enemies surging from the chaos since they received instructions to be on standby, and had rested here for a rather long time.
シキちゃん！
ちょっと、そんな大声を出さないで。頭が痛い。
ごめん、大丈夫？
Yeah, she's fine. I mean, she might be a little bit worn out because of all the constant fighting, but she's fine.
大丈夫に決まってるでしょ。まあ、兵を養うこと1000日。要は一丁にありって言うし。早く。
まさか。
うん。誰が行くのかもう決めたんでしょ。ぐずぐずしないで。もう時間がないんだから。
HERRSCHER's sentience did not say it explicitly, but at that moment, the three of them could not possibly have misunderstood the incoming task. They had finally located the cocoon after much difficulty, and the final decision they needed to make was... which of them was to face the cocoon and become an artificial HERRSCHER finality? I mean, we all know who that's gonna be. Whatever the case, this was at least a better approach than fusion surgeries or other methods. And so, after a short spell of silence, someone spoke.
問題ありません。式の律者。
Not you.
ブローニャたちは一緒にやり遂げます。
はい？
ケビンが終焉の力を支配できている以上、終焉の律者が一人じゃなくちゃいけないって。
So they're all planning to split the power then. Alright. I can't see that going well, but we'll see.
私たちの思想空間が互いにつながっている限り、律者の権能が何人に集中しようが、そんなことは重要じゃないでしょ。
もし全てを一人に集中させなければならないというなら、私はもちろん譲れないよ。ただ、私たちはチームなんだから、もし可能であれば、みんなで一緒にこの重要な使命を果たしたいって思うのは当たり前だよね。
まあいいや。私は構わないけど。権能を貸し出そうが、思想空間をつなげようが、意識の律者にとっては何も変わりはないし。
You know, I guess it's a good thing that she doesn't really seem to care about much aside from fighting. Because if it was anyone else, they would definitely be questioning this decision.
だから、手短に話すと、あなたたちはどうしたい？ 1、2時間かけて深いところまで融合するとか言わないでよ。時間は有限なんだから。
Yeah, we definitely do not have that kind of time.
それはありません。少し前の経験から見る限り、ブローニャたちが目指す状態は、支配の律者と対決した時の状況に似ています。さらにはっきり言えば、キアナをみんなをつなげる媒介にするつもりです。ただ今回、私たち3人以外に必要なのは、委員長じゃなくて、あんただよ、式の律者。
See, she gets to play a huge part in saving the world, so I'm pretty sure she's gonna be happy about that. Even if she puts up a front and acts like it's a huge burden.
勝手にすれば？
Okay, she actually accepted that a lot easier than I thought she would.
言ったはずだよ。時間は有限だって。先陣を切るのは誰？
期限の律者よりもっといい選択があるかしら。
It was as if they had discussed it at length. All the noises around died down. What is the authority of origin? The first HERRSCHER human clearly did not want to explain it with words. Leave the theories and facts to the textbooks. As our successors, follow the trails of our lives and the marks of our souls to find your answers. Perhaps at that time, Raiden Mei had not fully assimilated these words. But at this moment, her intuitive move had proven everything.
キアナちゃん、この刀を握って。それから、思いのままにすればいい。残りのことは、私に任せて。
すべてを理解する前に、少女は奇妙な地に足を踏み入れた。
Okay, so Kiana is the narrator right now.
頭上には綺麗な夜空ときらめく星々。足元には涼しい源、無限の東映。それは彼女が見たことのない景色だった。
I mean, I can't imagine many people have seen this sight.
まるで人類が憧れる美しさをすべてここに集めたようだ。胸の鼓動を感じながら優しく導かれ、彼女は正解の奥へと出発した。時間は完全に止まっている。旅の道中で彼女は起源の律者のすべてを紐解いた。終点にたどり着き、彼女は雷の律者の本質を理解した。元凶が終わり、体が消える直前に、彼女は再びライデン・メイを知った。
It happened of itself in a calm way. In the evening, nighttime follows day. And it was the same with how things ended.
どうだった？
不思議な感じだったよ。まるでメイ先輩が歩んだ道をもう一度たどって、その時の感情を体験したみたいだった。
キアナちゃんの今の気分を聞いてるのよ。
I mean, judging from the way she's talking, I assume she feels totally fine.
もちろん最高だよ。体に101人分の力があるみたい。
大したことないじゃない。私に代わったらキアナは1001人分の力を手に入れられるよ。
キアナの人数なんてどうでもいいと思いますが、式の律者、あなたは時間が大事だと主張したじゃないですか。さあ、キアナ、始めましょう。
There are poisons so subtle that to know their properties, one had to sicken of them. There were maladies so strange that one had to pass through them if one sought to understand their nature. These are the words Bronya saw in one of Dr. Einstein's books. Its author wrote mad things unfailingly, but if one read closely, they would begin to make sense.
観察することを学びたければ、混沌を直視しなければならないと言った人がいました。
だから私は両目を閉じる。
耳を傾けたければ、静寂に身を置かなければならないと言った人がいました。
だから私は雑音を遮る。
未来を知りたければ、今を生きなければならないと言った人がいました。
だから私は地に足をつける。
すべてを手にしたければ、すべてを奪わなければならないと言った人がいました。
だから私は変わる。
もう終わりましたよ、キアナ。
I'm not gonna lie, I really like it when the narrative, well, the narrator, I can't speak. The narrator voice alternates between Bronya and Kiana. It just makes it sound so much cooler.
どうしたんですか？断りの律者の本質がこうもシンプルだったことが意外でしたか？
シンプルだったというより、あそこには何もなかったと言った方がいいかもしれないね。
I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with it being empty.
ええ。断りの律者の力は、そもそも左上の楼閣。つまり数学みたいなものです。1+1 は2の証明は、ただ自然数の定義を繰り返しただけです。ですから、断りの律者の権能を統合しても、
他の律者の身には何も起こりません。それは一般人の奇跡ですから。
でも
大丈夫です。キアナはすでにブローニャの力を受け取りました。
Yeah, there's no need to overthink anything.
これで十分です。
Just focus on the fact that you receive the power and get back to work.
それじゃ、次は私の番だよね。
Yep, it's your turn, Sensei.
確かに、キアナちゃんと式の律者が統合に成功したら、すべての律者の権能は半分が通じ合ったことになる。
つまりそれ以外の律者の権能は？
ええ、一つずつ挑む必要があるのかもしれないわ。眉が何を用意しているのかは誰にもわからないけど。
は？あなたたちバカなの？
Isn't everyone an idiot in your opinion, ma'am?
もういい。キアナ、ちゃんと立って。そこから動かないでよ。
Yep, let's get this over with. Because we still have a lot to do. After that, we heard no more from the HERRSCHER of Senzience. Her silence was as abrupt as her voice.
ここは？
ほら、終わったよ。ついでに瞬間移動も手伝ってくれたんだね。どうキアナ？今のあなたには1万1人分の力があるはずだよ。
I'm gonna guess she's gonna say that nothing feels different.
つまり私たちの権能の統合は成功したってこと？も
ちろん。
キアナとブローニャの時ですら十分早いと思いましたが、まさか式の律者の方が早いとは。
もっと早くすることもできたはずだけどね。理由についてはライデン・メイ自身が一番よく知ってるでしょ。
それはここが数十億の意識が織りなす巨大な網で、あなたが意識の律者だから。
は？ライデン・メイ、とぼけてるの？あなたがついでにやれと頼んだんじゃない。今は
何？
あなたの律者の権能が他のすべての律者の権能を通じ合わせることじゃなければ、あなたたちがさっき言ってたあいつらが四方八方から襲ってくることもないはずでしょ。
What is she talking about?
ここは？
Okay, so now we're just here. That's fine.
駅？
メイ姉さんはこの場所を知ってるんですか？
Yeah, she's been here twice before. It's nothing new.
さっきこの空間で起源の律者の権能を手に入れたんでしょ。悪いけど権能と意識の律者を統合させたからね。あなたたちの考えは筒抜けだよ。
式の律者、自分で説明できるわ。
Alright, get to explaining then. We don't really have a lot of time.
ここは多分私と、あるいは起源の律者と関係があるの。この前、いわゆるバックドアを探してた時、ビーコンは私をここに導いた。でもさっきの状況は完全に逆で、まだ探してないのに向こうから目の前に現れたの。終焉の眉のシグナルはすでに暴かれてる。だからこれはつまり、私たち、あるいはこの中の誰かが終焉の律者になるまで、あと一歩のところに来てる。
You know, the one who's getting everyone's powers.
分かりきってることじゃない。さっきから言ってるけど、様々な律者の権能はすでに四方八方から集まってきてる。ライデン・メイ、本当に何も知らないの？
She does not.
起源の権能が一体何なのかは本当にまだわからないの。ただ直感で動いてるだけ。結果はあなたたちも知っての通りよ。
でもうまくいきすぎじゃない？過去の敵の律者コアを一つずつ探して戦って権能を集める必要があるんじゃないかって思ってたんだけどな。
同感です。今の状況から言うと、そもそも律者自体に対する認識が大きくずれてるのかもしれません。
待って、だったらこの前ってもしかしたらミスってたんじゃない？
覚えて。
そうみたいね。
Sorry, let me read that. I accidentally skipped past it. Remember, right at the beginning, we were all chasing after a certain energy. Now that I think about it, the energy that May was chasing and we were chasing wasn't the same.
今考えてみれば、あの時の私が追ってたのはケビンの影で、あなたたちが追ってたのは起源、つまり私だった。
だから一部の出来事は
願えば叶うって話だったのね。現状を変えたい。早くみんなと合流したい。キアナちゃんを助けたい。不可能なことを可能にしたい。小さな願い一つ一つが私が前へ前へと進むための力になってる。その願いを一箇所に集めれば、もしかしたら権能になるのかもしれないわ。
もし本当にそうなったらロマンスの権能と言うべきだね。
The authority of romance just sounds like it's for Alesia specifically.
あなたたちは
ここで一旦水を差すべきかな。
式の律者、何があったの？
さあね。ライデン、メイとブローニャはまだ見えてる？
Wait, so even Senti doesn't know what happened. It's kind of weird. And she cannot see them, it seems.
私は誰も見えなくなった。みんなと連絡が取れる？
動かないで、目をつぶって。
Okay, we're not gonna question it, we're just gonna do what she says.
あなたたち、運がいい。
キアナちゃん。メイ先輩、ブローニャ。私は大丈夫だよ。でも、一体何があったの？
わからない。
I'm sure everyone wants to know.
推測するとしたら、マユがすでに力を発揮しているのかもしれない。キアナちゃんはまださっきの駅にいるの？
そうだよ。
それはもしかしたら終焉のマユがキアナを選んだのかもしれません。
I mean, we kind of expect this anyway, so it's fine.
でもここには霧くらいしかないんだよ。
Walk around and hope for the best. I don't know.
式の律者、ちょっと手伝ってくれる？
もう乗りかかった船だし、遠慮する必要なんてないよ。
ありがとう。今感じたんだけど、すべての律者の意志と力がキアナちゃんのいる方向へと集まっているようなの。それを見分けて、その中に潜む危険を排除してほしい。
それってつまり数人分の律者の意識に私一人で抗えってこと？
できないなら無理は言わないわ。それでも私とブローニャちゃんは自分の意識をそこに投影させる。
ちょっと意識の律者を見くびってない？たかが死んだ数人の律者の意識に抗うだけで
Almost towards the finish line.
生きてるあなたたちだって別に怖くなんかないよ。
We've made a lot of progress today.
さすが式の律
Also, I
者
love how
ですね。
Senti is always just like so confident in her own abilities. Yeah, sure, you're better than everyone. Are you happy now, ma'am?
でもこの状況で意識を投影させるなんて危ないんじゃ。
能動的か受動的かの違いしかないわ。この白い霧はキアナちゃん以外の全ての律者を見分けてる。それともすでに終焉の力をコントロールする方法を見つけたから私たちの助けなんてもういらない？
I mean, I'm sure she still needs your help at least a little bit.
わかった。みんなとケビンを対等にすることが私の責任だって言うなら、もちろん助けを断ったりはしないよ。
その言葉を待ってました。キアナ、まずは目の前の霧を払ってあげます。
でもそうしたら 私たちの間にあるつながりが一時的に途切れるかもしれないよ。
Okay, but it's just temporary, so it's fine.
心の準備を
And
し
we
て
can
おい
handle ourselves in the amount of time that we're not connected, so everything is gonna be totally fine.
始めますよ。
We just need to hope for the best, honestly.
霧、確かにちょっと薄くなってるみたいだね。
Only slightly?
メイ先輩、
I'd say we can see pretty
ブ
well
ロー
right
ニャ
now.
式の律者。この剣能は新色の律者のものかな。なるほど。以前起源の律者に倒されたんだね。あんたの願いは理解したよ、新色の律者。あんたに証明してみせる。どんなものが永遠に存在すべきで永遠に存在できるのかを。
Yes, we have corruption's power. What power is next?
大丈夫。これはみんなが私のために作ってくれたチャンス。今回だけじゃない。十数年前にパパたちと出会った時から。
That was kind of weird. Why did it like put the camera like in the ground?
ここは私たち3人が初めて律者を迎え撃った戦場。そして悲劇の舞台でもあった。ウェンディ、あの時ブローニに伝えられなかった言葉はもう届いてるよ。あんたは優しくて強い女の子だってみんな知ってるから。今こうしてるのはみんなの幸せが律者の力よりもっともっと大事だからだよ。
Right, let's make our way to the next power. Why does it keep doing that? That is so weird.
懐かしいね。あんたのものだよね。説得できなかったけど、あの時あんたは私に自分の選んだ道を歩くように言ってくれたよね。あんたは結果しか認めなかった。私はそれが全てじゃないって思ってるけど、確かに結果にも大事な意味がある。イッヒ・リーベ・ディッヒ。花はやっぱりいい香りがするよね、セシリアママ。
Alright, what's next? But so much has happened.
私はメイ先輩やブローニャと出会った。
It's kind of nice seeing everything
幸
like
せなこと
this.
も悲しいこともたくさんあった。すべてが終わったらみんなと一緒に長空市に帰ってみよう。その時この都市は別の顔に生まれ変わるのかもしれない。
Oh, it's this place.
ここはメイ先輩とお姉ちゃんが見届けた物語だよね。運命のいたずらに翻弄された人たちに安らかな眠りを。たとえ悲劇が避けられないものだとしても、私たちはずっと戦い続けていく。
It's seriously so nice being able to remember like everything that's happened in these locations. Although honestly, I'm kind of surprised that I forgot some of the things, like until seeing the locations again. Because like I said, I had forgotten about Wendy. And I'd forgotten about Owl and I forgot her name, but the one that he launched with. When this first dropped, there weren't those weird camera angles. It might be a bug on my end, because I have had like some game issues recently, so I'm guessing it's on my end. But I'm not totally sure. Either way, at least it's not too bad, it's just like a little bit jarring for a split second. It is so weird saying that. I can only assume it's on my end. Because I don't know, like obviously, I don't know if anyone else has experienced it, but if they have, then that just means it's a game issue and not just on my side. But I'd have to look into that later. Okay, let me move my cursor out of the way. There we go.
Kiana ちゃんはもう光だけを追いかける子じゃないわ。
I love it when we get scenes like this. They always look so cool.
Now, のあなたは他人を照らす炎。耐えられない過去も。
あなたの力にしかなりません。
Oh, these scenes look so pretty. I love this game. This is so cool, what the heck? Oh my god, I love this game. And now she looks even cooler than she did before. Nice. Wait, that actually looks so cool. What the heck? I love the colors here. It looks so nice. After stepping into the clear light, the girls finally reach the cocoon of finality. And also arrives in front of him. Oh, hello? That's not spooky at all. He didn't say a word, but still a question echoed in their minds. It reminded May of when she faced the will of Honkai, but this was different. Who are you? Not you, Raiden May. Not you, Bronya's eye check. Okay, so they're just asking who Kiana is.
私はキアナカスラナ。普通
Oh
のバル
no,
キリーだ
giant
よ。
space meatball. I can't believe it was called a giant space meatball. Now I can never look at it the same. That's definitely gonna be a fun way to remember the scene. A giant space meatball. Also, Kiana, I don't think you can call yourself an ordinary Valkyrie after everything, but you know what? You do you.
そしてオットーによって作られた実験体 K423 でもある。さらにシーリン、彼女の延長とも言える。もちろんそれよりも私はジークフリートの娘、テレサの姪、デュランダルの妹、姫子先生の生徒、メイ先輩やブローニャ委員長たちの友達、そしてケビンの後継者。
Why did you come?
それは理由を聞いてるの？それとも私の願いの
Look
こと？
into Kiana's eyes. Her eyes are finality. Yeah, her eyes look so cool. I love how like every HERRSCHER form has like special looking eyes. It's so cool.
遠い昔の私の願いはパパを見つけることだった。
Yeah, but now you have your dad back.
聖フレイヤ学園に入学してからの私の願いは最強の S 級バルキリーになること。
I guess currently you can count as the strongest S-rank Valkyrie. Or like just the strongest Valkyrie right now. Just because of how many HERRSCHER powers you have.
学校を離れてた間の私の願いは時間を戻すこと。
Unfortunately, that is something that you cannot do.
今の私の願いはこの完璧じゃない物語を少しでも完璧に近づけることだよ。昔の人々が熟食を手に入れ猛獣から身を守るために火を起こすことを学んだように、今の苦境を解決し早く願いを叶えるために私はあんたのところに来た。時間の尺を伸ばせたら火も終焉の力も最終的には日常生活で最も普通でどこでも見られる一部になる。私がやらなければならないのは木を切り裂く稲妻になることだけ。そして枯れた木に灯った火種で人類が何をなすのかを楽しみにしよう。
Why do you want to do this?
あんたのなぜには2つの問いがあるんだね。
Okay, well you're here. You might as well answer the series of whys.
正直その質問は行動してる人間であれば誰もあんまり深く考えてないはずだよ。答えはずっと彼らの目に見える手が届くところにあるんだから。この世界が私を育ててくれたから。私の前にも世界を美しくするために助けてくれた人に幸せを与えるために進み続けた人がいたから。彼らが私に強さと根気を教えてくれた。彼らが私に前へと進む勇気をくれた。彼らが私に愛とは美しさとは何かを教えてくれた。そして彼らが今まで私のそばにいてくれた。
Not to take away from the seriousness of the moments, but every time that moves, all I can do is focus on it and think of it as a space meatball since that was stated in chat. Like, it's a really cool moments and all, but space meatball.
その中の一部は互いを知らず会ったことすらないかもしれない。でも彼らに助けてもらったことがないって誰が言えるの？だから今日ここに来てあんたの前に立つのが私じゃなくてもきっと他の人が現れて彼らのために ここに来るんだと思う。そしてその人も今の私と全く同じ意志を見せるんじゃないかな。世界は私たちに命を授けてくれた。しかしそれを燃やすことでしか私たちは自分の価値を表せない。
You don't worship the giant spaghetti god? I do not. I might consider after this though. There was a brief silence. Then he asked the last question. What is the last question?
決まってるでしょ?
Unless the last question is you don't worship the giant spaghetti god? Because that's the last question that was asked anywhere. Of course I'm willing. To fight for all that is beautiful in the world. He took a step forward, smiling without any reply. In the moment he stood still, something rushed into the body, resonating through the mind.
やっぱりあんたはただの鏡なんだね。
You mean he's not the spaghetti god? That's crazy, I've been deceived.
あるいはあんたは私。真の自分と向き合う。これが終焉を継承する資格なのかな。どうやらやっとケビンと同じスタートラインに立てたみたいだね。彼のやり方は盗みに近かったけど、マユはそれでも彼のことを認めた。それと同時に私たちの中から勝者が誕生することも期待してた。それなら見事に勝ってみせなきゃ。
Yep, we definitely do have to win in style. I mean, thankfully everyone has a very good style right now, so I think you're good in that part.
もちろん私たちはケビンと同じくそれぞれの時代を代表してるんでしょうね。様々な偶然を経て普通の人よりも一歩前へ出て運命のスポットライトの下に来た。私たちは律者になったけど、それでも人間のままなの。これからしなければならないことは人類の意志を貫き門番との最後の戦いに挑む。
人間は真理を求める種族です。誰もが真理を追い求める中で成長していきます。確かにブローニャたちは過ちを犯し道を踏み外してしまいます。でも人類の意志もまさにそこに現れるのです。過ちを犯しても直せばいい。道を踏み外しても引き返せばいい。今を生きていればまた明日を作り出すことができます。
起源はある種の終わり、終焉もある種の始まり。
I thought that Kiana was gonna be the one to say that finality is a beginning, but unfortunately May gets both of the cool lines.
真理でも永遠にはなれません。真理を求める過程こそが永遠になるのです。
これは私たち3人とケビンの戦いじゃない。これは人類全体が運命に挑むための戦いなの。
過去から引き継ぎ
今を乗り越え
未来に至る。
Yippee! The world had flipped open a new page, and the Earth's destiny would soon experience unprecedented changes. But before that, there must be someone to recall the past, recall the present of everything. I mean, the beginning of everything. Let me reread that. There must be someone to recall the past, recall the beginning of everything. For example, a story.
私がかつて読んだ夢の中にこういうシーンがあったの。それはとある晴れた朝のことだった。作家を目指す男の子とヒロインになりたい女の子は芝生で物語を作るゲームをしてた。男の子は長い間考えてやっと物語の始まりを書いたけど、どうすれば女の子に進めてもらえるかわからなかった。もし真っ暗な洞窟に閉じ込められたらどうやって脱出する？ 女の子はこう答えた。大声で助けを呼んで洞窟の外にいる人に助けてもらう。
So, you want to be the protagonist that has to be saved? I mean, calling for help is a good idea, but shouldn't you also look for a way out?
そして男の子はまた聞いた。もし女の子は少し考えて、
There we go.
そし
Make
て
a choice
答
to
え
walk
た。
out on your own.
そう、それはうまくいきすぎだなと男の子はつぶやいた。そして彼は自分が読んだ物語を真似て女の子に新たな障害を設けた。もし洞窟の外に大きなドラゴンがいたらと彼は言った。そうしたらその子が夢を見てる間にお尻に火をつけるよ。女の子は元気いっぱいに手にした枝を振り回した。男の子は驚いてこう言った。てっきりかと思った。女の子は真面目に答えた。そんなことはしないよ。洞窟に閉じ込めたのはドラゴンじゃないかもしれないで
I
しょ。
mean, at least they didn't immediately go to like killing the dragon.
それにもしかしたらその洞窟はその子の家なのかもしれないし。男の子は物思いにふけった。
Yeah, it's very, very possible the dragon came
彼
home
らの
after
ゲ
I
ーム
entered the cave
はここで終わった。
and therefore accidentally trapped me.
面白いゲームでしょ。でも人はそれぞれ違う。だからこそ私もとても気になるの。物語が終盤に入り、ヒロインである女の子が松明を手にして巨竜と対峙した時、あなたは彼女にどうしてほしい？どんな結末が見たい？
Oh, we're back in this place.
やったー。
That was bright.
絵は可愛いだけじゃないんだよ。
But with that, we have reached a good ending point. So, to anyone who's still here, thank you for coming. I hope you enjoy the stream, and I will either see you tomorrow for Phasmophobia at 4 p.m. CST, I think like 8 a.m. JST. I forgot. I'm not good at the conversions off the top of my head. But yes, I will either be there tomorrow at 4 p.m. CST for Phasmophobia, or you will see me on Saturday for Lethal Company at 12:30 p.m. CST, 3:30 a.m. JST. But again, to anyone who's still here, thank you for coming. I hope you enjoy the stream, and I will see you next time. Otsu! Bye bye!